It's 9 o'clock in Tuolumne County. It's October 15th. It's time for the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. So we're going to call that to order now, and we're going to ask Supervisor Royce to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, it's oral communication time. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. If you will, please state your name. It's voluntary. You do not have to do that, but for the benefit of people listening or watching on live streaming, it would be beneficial. So anybody need to speak here or like to speak, please come forward.
Hi, my name is BZ Smith. I'm a resident of Supervisor Gray's district and a property owner in Supervisor Brennan's district, and I'm here today to invite you to two things. Number one, I'd like to invite you to be sure you stop by the Farmers Market to see the new Sonora Farmers Market mural, one of Tuolumne County's dynamic new pieces of public art. We're very excited about this process, 10 months in the making, with Judy Grossman as our master artist. It is absolutely stunningly beautiful. And we had a lovely dedication ceremony last weekend, and well, not this last weekend, but the one before that. And we hope that everybody on the board, as well as community members, will be sure to stop by and take a look at it now that market is beginning to close down. The other thing I'd like to be sure to invite you to is Second Saturday Art Night. This is an ongoing event that's been in the making for 38 months consecutively, ongoing celebration of live music, the theater district in our community, the art galleries, and all of the different businesses that are participating to strengthen the presence of the arts as a part of our cultural life here in the community, as well as a draw for tourists to help boost our economy in the arts sector. And as I close, I would like to acknowledge and express a deep thanks to Tuolumne County Arts Alliance, formerly known as Central Sierra Arts Council, for their support of both the mural project and also for Second Saturday Art Night. They've been a wonderful, instrumental piece of our sustainability and also have been a champion of the work that we're doing in these two areas. And they also continue to do many other activities in our community that enrich our daily lives and make life in Tuolumne County a delight, as well as a good draw to have people come up to visit our beautiful area. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak at public comment?
Hi, my name is Mark Bergstrom. I'm the chairman of the board of the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance, and I just had a few comments I wanted to make, and the first being that if anybody is interested in getting a referral to my hairdresser in Evans, you can see me out in the hallway after the meeting. So I wanted to find out if you all had an opportunity over the last couple of weeks to see what's going on in Tuolumne County. This past weekend there was a film festival up in Twain Harte. Sally Kirkland was in attendance. The Motherlode Art Association held their 61st annual show down at the hall, the Opera Hall here in town. There was a Columbia Harvest Festival, and it went on in their 29th year. Our organization held a Celebrate the Arts, which was a fantastic day on Saturday that had a number of classes. We even had a puppeteer. There were plein air art demonstrations and the Word Project, and we were able to raise about $6,000. We auctioned off some of the artwork at the Opera Hall that evening. It was a fantastic day. There was a magic series that opened in Groveland this past weekend. My wife and I were downtown at the second Saturday in Sonora, and I'm telling you, it was packed. It was packed, and if you go, you look at all of the people that were strolling around, and that was the 38th night that event's been held. And then Beezy touched on the farmers market and the mural that's down there, and there was somewhere on the order of about 100 people that painted that mural. It's gorgeous. So the reason I bring that up is who are the beneficiaries of all of these arts and cultural events and activities that occur in Tuolumne County? And I'm just going to peel off a few, but if, walking up and down Washington Street, Diamondback, Kodos, other places throughout the county, Columbia Cates Tea House, El Jardín, Iron Door Saloon, Christopher, Subway, Europa, Embers, Epperson House, The Rock, Joe's Coffee Shop, Yo Good Yogurt, and Tallulah's, these places were full. And people that came out to view the arts and culture, having an opportunity to go spend their money in our local economy. Retailers, Banyan Tree, Lady Couture, Backspace Boutique, Jones Boutique, Benjamin Fig, all of these retailers had live music on the second Saturday night in their venues. The galleries, Stage 3, Saturday night had a fantastic gallery along with Ventana and the Aloft Gallery. An interesting story, Sunday, my wife was moving out of her office into another location, and she buys candy at the Vault. So we dropped in there Sunday afternoon after church, and Vicki knows the people in there and walked in and said, well, how are things going? They sold more candy on Saturday than they've sold in the entire time that they've been in business. So it's a terrific economic story. And that's not to mention the hotels, the gas stations, and the grocery stores that benefit from these large events. So the point I want to make is that the economic benefit by investing in arts and cultures is undeniable, and it's very evident in Tuolumne County. And if you consider on a national level what the arts and cultures, and these are interesting statistics, the arts and culture industry generates somewhere on the order of $135 billion in economic activity. 61 billion are generated by arts and cultural nonprofits, and there's another 74 billion in event-related expenditures by their audiences. So people that are attending these venues are spending money in their communities, and somewhere on the order of about 22 billion of that 135 billion in revenue goes to state, local, and federal government entities. And there's another final statistic is that in terms of what the federal, state, and local governments invest, they invest $4 billion on a national level per year to generate $135 billion in revenues. The Pew Research Center came out with a study that said for every dollar invested in the arts and culture has about an $8 spinoff in additional revenues that are spent in the community. And I would only ask you or challenge you to contact or speak with your peers in Mariposa County and Calaveras County about their large and significant investments in the two respective arts councils. In the proposal that we sent to you, it outlined a whole series of things that we have done.
Mr. Bergstrom, that item is on our agenda
Oh, it
today.
is? Okay, well, I was
So,
told to get
under
up
the
to
budget,
speed.
your report, I didn't know whether you were leading to this or not, but it's on the agenda to consider
Okay.
the proposal.
You want me to come back, or?
I think that would be good if you want to speak some more at that time.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else need to speak on anything in the public or wish to speak? Okay, with that, I'm going to close the oral communications. I'm going to talk a little bit here in a minute about how we're going to operate the agenda today. I'm going to take the consent calendar. Item 5, which is the CDB block grant application, we're going to move to our 1:30 appointment. And when we finish the consent calendar, we will move to a 9 o'clock appointment, which means we'll back up in time. That's an unusual phenomenon, but I think we can do that here. We'll back up to 9 o'clock and take our public hearing on the budget action. And then when that's finished, we will proceed with the other portions of the regular agenda. So with that, I would like the clerk to please read the consent calendar.
Minutes of the meeting held September 17th, 2013. Consideration of approving correspondence to Susan Skalski concerning maintenance of the Eagle Meadows Road. Adopting resolution accepting an irrevocable and perpetual dedication by Reish and WMPC LLC of public road and public utility easement along Soulsbyville Road in Mono Vista and accepting said road easement for maintenance and inclusion into the county-maintained road system. Accepting the resignation of Mitchie Anderson as the public agency representative for the Tuolumne County Local Child Care and Development Planning Council and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy.
Okay, any member of the board want to pull any item on the consent calendar?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Royce. Any member of the public wish to speak on any item on the consent calendar? Seeing none, any comments from the members of the board? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. We will now move back to 9 o'clock. It is now 9 o'clock in Tuolumne County. It's an unusual phenomenon, but we're able to do that, and I will ask the clerk to please read our 9 o'clock appointment.
Public hearing to consider adopting all budget actions contained in the fiscal year 2013-14 budget document, including the appropriation limit computation method, the fiscal year 2013-14 adopted budget resolution, and all personnel recommendations.
Okay, this will be a public hearing, so we'll open the public hearing. We'll ask staff to give their presentation before we take any comments.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm going to try to swiftly go through and summarize the cover memo to this year's final budget package. It starts off on page 1 where I just recite or provide a summary of the difference between the adopted 2012-13 budget and the recommended budget that your board adopted back on June 18, 2013. That's really the starting point of this budget document that's before you today. A funny thing happened on the way to putting our final budget together, and that was called the rimfire. We were scheduled to have our budget hearing on September 3rd, but we were in the midst of the rimfire at that point and needed to see that through and then repackage this hearing for today. And not only did that have an impact on the timing of this hearing and the adoption of this budget, but also will have a material effect on the contents of this budget package. So with that in mind, what are some of the major things that have been factored into or factored into converting the recommended budget into this adopted budget proposal that's before you today? Some of the major factors include recognizing changes between our projected and actual beginning fund balances, recognizing any major changes in our primary revenues, reflecting delays in the implementation of labor concessions just due to ongoing bargaining activities, inclusion of our SAFER grant that your board approved back in August, incorporation of budget and position changes contained in the AB 109 CCP plan, any changes in state and federal budget actions. I'm on page 2 of the memo. 7 is incorporation of the budget, incorporation of budget and position changes necessary to implement the Affordable Care Act, and then adjustments related to the rimfire, and then incorporation of any other significant changes in projected revenues and program expenses. So that's a mouthful, but those are the big bucket areas that we looked into in converting the recommended budget into the final budget. On page 2, it talks about how our fund balances did increase by $3.3 million overall. That's a 2% variance of your overall $134.5 million budget. There's 5 of the funds that I pointed out. I'm just going to comment on 2 of them. One is that in the general fund, the balance did change. It's $1.6 million higher than projected at the year-end budget report. Though having said that, I reported at the time of adoption of the recommended budget that both PILT and 172 receipts were coming in higher, and that would result in a higher beginning balance. The major reasons for the change is a mixture of departmental expenditure savings as well as increased revenues in things such as PILT, Proposition 172 sales tax revenues, and then the unanticipated payments related to the dissolution of the Sonora Redevelopment Agency. So those are the big reasons for the change in the general fund. I'm just going to make a footnote that, Mr. Chairman, what we've typically done and we've discussed is when the board's through getting public input, giving some general direction, on the budget. I'm just going to comment now that there's usually a break in the action where we can go back and work on those changes before we come back with the adoption materials. I do know that a question has been raised about the county capital funds beginning balance, and that's something that Ms. Russell and I need, Mrs. Batista, and I need to, I'll get it straight someday.
That's fine with me. I misregistered.
It's like when my sisters got married, get married or something, change the name throws me off. But we need time to just sit and talk about that, and it's nothing that we can hash out right here. We need some time to sit at a desk and go through that. So I'll just state that up front. Anyway, but otherwise the fund balances, unless you wanted me to, I'm just going to comment. General fund was the big one, and just a note that Debbie and I need to sit down and talk about capital when we have a good break. In your primary revenues, I've already mentioned that a lot of changes. But overall, in your county's general revenues, things like property tax, sales tax, PILT, TOT, those have actually been factored down. And some of those big changes are in areas such as property tax in lieu of VLF, $158,000. PILT went up by $228,000. Reductions in your sales tax and transient occupancy tax projections as a direct result of the rim fire. I'll come back to that. Well, I'll just mention now. The TOT receipts were reduced by $275,000. And with that, anytime we touch the TOT, we also have to affect the payment to the Visitors Bureau. So Visitors Bureau expense was taken down commensurately by a little under $69,000. I'll just mention there that I hope that adjustment is adequate. We looked at it strategically, looking at some of the larger lodging facilities that were affected by the rim fire, talking to those owners and so forth, and we've made some adjustments. After our revenue team, which is the treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller, assessor, recorder, and members of my staff got together and talked about it, then we had the federal shutdown, and that's affecting throughout the county, but particularly in the 108 corridor. And I just put another $25,000 reduction on top of what the revenue team talked about that came up after we had met. And as I sit here today, we really won't know until we go through another quarter, at least, because the payments come in, they have deadlines to do it. That can then be reviewed by the treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller, and then we can make a better judgment what the real impacts have been and are likely to be. It's not all about the rim fire. There's other things that affect TOT in the course of the year, such as are we going to get early snow, and can Dodge Ridge open earlier this year than perhaps last year? Those kinds of things can affect things in a positive way as well. So I just want to put a footnote when it comes to TOT, sales tax as well. Not only did rim fire affect TOT, but it's unquestionably affected our sales tax receipts, purchasing, being done, as is the federal shutdown. But those things are very difficult, to estimate. So that's just a big footnote. There's the real concern on my part, have we pegged that number correctly? And we really won't know until we have more data, more time. So certainly by your mid-year budget review, we will have a good handle on that. But I think that's worthy of me noting, up front. Anyway, I think that's enough in the general revenue, areas. I mentioned that we did have to factor in the delays in the implementation of our labor concessions. And the one thing I just noted in here, there was about $194,000 alone that we had to pump back into the sheriff's office pending completion of the bargaining and some managerial flexibility that the sheriff would gain through a completed agreement there that would allow him to better manage overtime. The SAFER grant that your board approved, that's a large item. We added $431,000 into this budget. $265,000 of it went to the Jamestown Fire Station. There was a nice article on that recently where that expansion was discussed and will begin. Then about $167,000 was put into contingencies. We'll come back and explore opportunities for some one-time good things that could happen for our fire department using that SAFER grant. The CCP plan, that's our AB 109 money. A lot of money was already in the budget related to that, but once we had the adopted plan, we put an additional $243,000 and change into the budget related to that. Under the state and federal budget actions, really there wasn't so much on the state side, but on the federal side, I mentioned PILT, going up by $228,000. That, just to be, again, really clear, that's what we received last year. I don't have a budget number from anybody anywhere in the federal government that tells me we're going to get that much PILT. That PILT, payments in lieu of taxes, is subject to annual appropriation by Congress. There is no such appropriation as we sit here. This is not the first time we've been in this position, so I don't want to overstate it, but we don't have any basis for that number other than that's what we got last year. Until Congress appropriates the money, we really won't know. And I did talk to the staff person who's in charge of that, or had Daniel talk to him, who's in charge of that program, and he doesn't know. He doesn't know how much we're going to get, when that's going to be adopted, and so forth. So just so you know, we pursued it to get the best number possible, but until Congress acts, we're really not going to know. But having said that, I'm confident we'll get the most of that, but we'll just have to wait. The second thing that happened, and this is very good news, is that we did get funding for Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act in the form of a helium bill. Came funding that gave us 95%, should give us 95% of what we got last year for Secure Rural Schools. That pegs that revenue at $555,000. That's $117,000 higher than the $438,000 that we put into the road fund budget this year. The $438,000, again, where'd that number come from? That was consistent with the president's budget that he had submitted. But fortunately, we're going to get a little bit more than that. That's the good news. The bad news, just so we don't lose sight, is that's what we're going to get is only about half of what we got just 4 years ago, both for roads and for schools. In the Affordable Care Act, again, Ms. Connolly has been very careful not to overstaff for what she needs to do to implement the Affordable Care Act, at least her responsibilities in doing so. There's a $288,000 revenue and expense adjustment related to that's built into this budget. The rim fire. This is going to be, well, let me just say, there's a new cost center that's been created that your auditor controller, Deb Batista, has set up and done the calculations. For now, the cost center contains about $1.5 million in revenue and a little over 1.5 million in expense and a little over 1.4 in revenue from what's called the Fire Management Assistance Grant, or FMAG. And part of that number includes $75,000 in donations to help us with meeting or reducing our hard cash match for that program. That number is going to change. That's the best estimates, and Debbie could speak to it better than I because she put it together. But the biggest component of that is seeking reimbursement for the law enforcement folks that came to help us out during the fire. And FMAG is going to be able to cover 75% of their eligible cost in helping us. That's the good news. The one thing that big thing we don't know is to the extent we incur damage to our infrastructure later in the year. That's a concern we've talked about with erosion and flood, potential flooding in the burn area. You've seen the presentations where we're talking about increased water flows through these channels. Could those take out some of our culverts and bridges? They could. We won't know until winter. Hopefully it won't happen. I'm going to pass down the dais. I was asked, do I have an idea of what's at risk with our infrastructure? So this was a list. You'll love the title, Potential Devastation Due to the Rim Fire. I would have retitled that, but it's okay. The thing is, what if we did lose a lot of these crossings? And I'm not going to go through them all, but you'll see them broken up along Hard and Flat, bridges and other crossings on there, Evergreen Road, Ferretti Road, Golden Arrow, Aspen Valley, and Buchanan Mine. And you can see that if we lost structures and crossings, this would be the kind of cost it would take to replace those. Right now, as we sit here today, if any of those things happen, that would be 100% the responsibility of Tuolumne County government to replace those. State OES or through the governor's office, they have requested a presidential declaration. That has not been decided upon in Washington, D.C. yet. If we're successful in getting a presidential declaration, then the county could be eligible for 75% of eligible cost. And I keep putting eligible in because you'll be amazed. Not everything we do is considered eligible for reimbursement. So you might see a number on this sheet, and not all of that is going to be eligible for reimbursement. But let's say it was. The federal government, if we got a presidential, would pay for, say, 75% of that, and the county government would be on the hook for 25% of that. So that's a cost that is not in the rimfire budget, right now, because we don't have those infrastructure damages yet, but that's something that could happen later in the year. So having said that, at the bottom of that paragraph on the rimfire, I say the board is strongly advised to build on and protect the county's general fund contingencies at least through the remainder of this fiscal year to see what kind of impacts could occur on our road system in the burn area. I think that's enough said on that. There's a category called Other Significant Revenue and Expense Adjustments. There's a number of things that have offsetting revenues and expenses, and I've listed them on the bottom of page 4. Some other noteworthy adjustments is that we did put $1,361,000 and some change into your general fund contingencies pending direction from the board on how you'd like to see that directed. There's been some additional local transportation funds placed into from the Tuolumne County Transportation Council to Public Works to help with road materials and surface treatments. We have state emergency firefighting reimbursements that were increased in county fire, which helps to offset a lower than anticipated beginning balance there. There's a $4.2 million increase in the road construction budget, and I did send out last night a really good summary. Thank you, Bev, for preparing. That showed, project by project, what's been added to come up to that $4.2 million, and also speaks to the capability of our staff to be able to manage that. So that's a big change in the budget, but that's all good news. That means there's some good work that's going to occur next year, and for the most part on other folks' dime. We do have a new cost center in the budget for the Behavioral Health Housing Agency and the South Washington House that your board previously approved and has been improved and is now in operation. That removes some costs from the Behavioral Health Department and established in a new cost center within a new fund. We did pull $420,000 out of the capital budget for the Law and Justice Center. That's a potential purchase through CHP. Our last discussions with CHP is that is less likely than likely to occur. I don't think that's a final answer yet, but given the tentativeness of that, we felt it's only responsible to pull that money out of there, and that had the effect of me having to reduce the money that we had set aside, part of the money we set aside for the construction management of the juvenile detention facility. So while there were other changes in revenues and expenses in the budget to balance, to smooth things out, those cover the major areas of change in the budget. So with all that in mind, this would have the general fund budget, bottom of page 5, increasing compared to the recommended budget by $3.5 million. But if you look at all the funds together, it's about $9.6 million. Increase, 8.6 full-time equivalent in staffing. 9.6 million is a big increase, so Craig helped break it down for us. Just in 5 major categories here, you have 1.6 million is that carryover balance from the general fund, the 1.45 million from the rimfire cost center, 431,000 from the SAFER grant, 4.2 million increase in the road construction fund, the rebudgeting of the ambulance beginning balance as well, of a little over $500,000. Those 5 factors alone, about $8.2 million, of that. And I could go back through the memo, and there's like little hunks of $200,000 this, $200,000 that. That also, helped total up to that $9.6 million across all funds. And at the top of page 6, I just give that as a comparison, the adopted 2012 budget, 2012-13 to what would be the adopted 13-14 under this package. In total, about a $10.2 million increase, but only 1.2 overall staff change when you look adopted budget to adopted budget. On pages 6 and 7, I'm not going to go through all of these, but I will hit the summary. How did we do in this budget? How does this work as far as our compliance with our budget policies? And based on my evaluation of it, I think the budget fully complies with 5 of those policies, substantially complies with 2, partially complies with 2, but does not comply with 1. And the only one that we're in not compliance with is a brand-new policy that you adopted just last December, and that's to, let me find it. It has to do with the reserve, the general reserve of the county. We're going to take it, there it is, number 4 on page 6. Establish general reserves at 5% of your governmental fund budgets. Again, that's a brand-new policy, never had it before, not been working towards it. But to be in full compliance with that policy, our general reserves would need to be increased from the current level of $2.2 million to approximately $6.2 million. And so that's something we're going to have to work towards for the future, but that's a brand new policy that was adopted in December. On page 8, it just talks about the fund overviews. There's a summary of that gives different viewpoints of the different budgets. And anyway, you can find those in tab 3 of the binder. Under personnel actions, there's a list of personnel actions that are in tab 2, attachment B of this package. They're summarized in the middle of the page. There's 3 positions being picked up in the jail that's funded by AB 109. There's 1 position being picked up in probation, again through AB 109. There's the 3 positions being picked up in social services as part of the Affordable Care Act implementation. 0.4 of a position funded through the Mental Health Services Act funding. And in public health, there's some grant, 1.2 FTEs funded by specific grants. There's a request from the sheriff for a half-time sheriff's clerk. And let me come back to that because I need to correct the statement that's in there. But there is a request for an additional half-time sheriff's clerk with offsetting revenue, which I support. But let me come back to that in just a second. In your capital projects, those are contained on tab 2, attachments D and E. I've already mentioned in the general capital budget of the county, we had to pull out money, from the assumed purchase of property at the Law and Justice Center for CHP. That has had the effect again of reducing the money for the construction manager for the juvenile detention facility. And there was one other adjustment I'll note of about $108,000. We had to reduce revenue from our Proposition 40 recreation grants. That was based on a reconciliation that Debbie had prepared of how much was really available to complete those projects. Otherwise, the projects are essentially the same as what we've had before. And then roads we already talked about, and you have Bev's detailed memo on that. In the general fund contingencies, again, they now sit at $2,361,631. It's recommended your board establish an unobligated contingency at no less than $1 million, and that the remaining $1,361,631 be reallocated by the board as part of this hearing to meet one-time needs. And there's a list of some candidates here, and I'll just mention them briefly. The Tuolumne County Historical Society, / museum, have requested $4,500 as a one-time contribution to help them advance the inventory project of our inventory of historical assets, distinguishing between the Historical Society's assets versus the county's. and they're looking at a one-time request of $4,500 to help facilitate that. Mudload Fair has requested $7,500 ongoing, to help them get on their feet and do the strategic planning that they've already started. Central Sierra Arts Alliance has asked for $75,000 for each of the next 5 years, and that's part of a new business plan that they've developed. We would need $367,000 to restore full funding for the juvenile detention construction manager or management function. For the new jail, it's suggested to put $1 million as a set aside for that to show our seriousness that we need to put money away because we really want to get that project going. Bev has previously mentioned the need, as part of the general plan update, we have to update the environmental impact report that goes with that general plan update, while her staff's going to do a lot of the grunt work associated with that EIR update. She needs $100,000 for consultants to actually write the EIR. The Community Resource Agency has outdated CAD software. The software works, but it's an older version. It's creating compatibility problems with other files that they exchange, and they're asking for about $7,000 to upgrade that software to make it compatible. That's an efficiency and accuracy issue. Probation, they have a very slow connection, internet connection at their current offices. It'd be about $20,000 to upgrade their WAN connection. As part of the concerns expressed about downtown and security and activities at Courthouse Park, one of the recommendations has been to put in security cameras at Courthouse Park that would be piped down live to the Sonora Police Department, who said they'd be willing to monitor that, and they think that would be helpful in monitoring and responding to things that happen at the park that shouldn't. At Stryker Court, or the EOC, as the board experienced, there's not enough parking there. If you wanted to add 42 spaces, which would pretty much match the maximum seating in there, that'd be about $105,000 to do so. I'd already put conduit for fiber between the library and our IT office at Morningstar and Greenlee to complete that project and run the fiber, which again is an efficiency and potential cost savings measure. That'd be $19,000. Rimfire set aside. Again, there's costs that we haven't incurred yet, but potential reimbursements that we might be faced with. It'd be nice to put as much into contingencies as possible, and that's exactly what it says, as much as possible. I don't have a number for you. On road maintenance projects, the board has seen some good fruit come from past efforts where we put money aside to accomplish specific paving projects in the county. So those are just some of the candidate projects your board could add to, take away, whatever, but by the end of today we need to talk about those and which of those, if any, would you like to address. Kind of wrapped into that, you'll see a section for local nonprofit funding request. Again, I've already touched on those from the Historical Society, the Mudload Fair, and the Central Sierra Arts Alliance. And then there's the recommended actions that your board would need to take to adopt this budget. Before wrapping up here, I'll just mention that there were some corrected materials that were sent out to your board. We did discover a $44,343,000 error in the Social Services Fund. That would to rebalance the budget, we would need to take $44,343 out of their contingencies, which was setting a little over, I think it was a couple $100,000, in there, so they could do it, and that would rebalance that fund. There was a typo in the capital list for the road fund. What should have said paving projects on the chart that was in your document said contingency, so it's just a name change, not an amount change. And then back to the sheriff's request. And talking with the sheriff, well, let me just read what it said originally. It said, the sheriff has also requested that he be allowed to add an additional half-time senior sheriff's clerk to assist with administration of inmate commissary functions. The annual cost would be $27,000 and could be funded 100% by the inmate trust fund. The fiscal year 13-14 cost and funding would be $13,500. Staff supports sheriff's request. If your board is in agreement with the request, the revenue and expense will need to be added to the adopted budget at the time of final approval. And that was a misunderstanding between the sheriff and I, is exactly how that would work. So I'll accept responsibility for that. In short, while the sheriff wants that additional half-time clerk, that's to address general workload demands within his department, not directly tied to the commissary. His thought was to start using the inmate trust fund to pay for inmate care items, which is a totally legitimate use of that fund, things like toothpaste, toothbrushes, things like that. And in doing so, that would reduce the use of general fund dollars for such purposes, and that would have the effect of relieving the general fund of amount of money that he felt was roughly equivalent to pay for the new half-time sheriff's clerk. And I have checked with the auditor controller again on the availability and adequacy of that source, and she said it's absolutely there. So I'm still fine with it, but that's just a correction in how that would exactly work. I'll also note then you did get supplemental materials also from the Arts Alliance and also from the Motherlode Fair, just to make mention of that. And then in just final comments is that more than any other year, I really, really want to express thanks to the department heads and particularly Debbie and the members of my staff to try and put this thing back together, Humpty Dumpty back together again in the midst of the rim fire. With all the other things that have been going on, people have been just working extraordinary hours, putting in extraordinary efforts, and very much appreciate that. So with that, Mr. Chair, that's the end of my presentation, available for questions.
Okay. Members of the board?
Yeah, I just wanted some more detail on the road construction budget. We're proposing a, $4.2 million increase because we're carrying over projects. Can you just kind of give some detail on which projects are carrying over and what and maybe Bev wants to address some of that stuff, what our schedule looks like, how that stuff's been impacted. I'm sure the rim fire's affected a lot of that, and there's been a lot of different factors. But
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Yes, the rim fire has affected our engineering staff, thanks largely to the efforts of our Deputy CRA Director, Duke York, and our Supervising Engineer, Tanya Allen, who have been doing an incredible job in evaluating the effects of the rim fire, and the information you received was prepared by the engineering staff about if there was a disastrous event this winter, what could happen. In addition to that, they have been managing projects to keep them moving along. The project list that was in your preliminary budget and approved by your board in June included a long list of projects, most of which have been moving along on schedule. You'll notice from my memorandum from yesterday that some of these projects, such as the Mona Way widening, which is actually a city project, and the Buchanan Road project, which is an FHWA project, we're really just a supportive role in those projects. So while we do have some funding for those, especially Mona Way widening, our role is rather minimal from our engineering staff compared to the other projects. And you'll see that we do have consultants that have been hired by your board in the past for our bridge projects, which are federal funding, and some of the signalization projects. So those are moving forward. The staff in the engineering department is overseeing those efforts, but we really haven't seen a slowdown in any of those. But these are multi-year projects. I mean, that's you understand that some of these bridge projects like Rawhide have been in the works for a long time, and we aren't going to see construction for a lot more years. So those are multiple year projects that you'll see every year in your budget and until they are completed. So that's what we mean by they're carried over from year to year. Not necessarily that they aren't getting done, it's just that they are long-term, multi-year projects to begin with. The ones that we are adding would be the Woodham's-Carn Reconstruction Project, in which we received funding from the Tuolumne County Transportation Council for that. But we did that as an either-or, as those of you from the TCTC will recall, because while we all would love to see that road reconstructed, we were concerned that we weren't going to get the reauthorization of the Secure Rural Schools Act funds, so that would have been a big gap, over $400,000 in the road fund budget. So one of the ors, the reason was to allow us to backfill if that was the case. Now, we're going to wait to pursue this project till next spring to make sure that we aren't going to need those funds after all because of the rim fire situation. If we do have some major damage that we need to repair, this funds are available to do that. And TCTC did allocate it in such a manner that we could do that.
I just wanted to address that particular issue just a little bit quickly, if I may. I just want to emphasize that that project in particular is a major priority for me, and I'd like to maybe look at another alternative for a contingency besides that, maybe use contingencies or I don't know if we want to look at reserves or what other sources there may be, maybe one-time funds to backfill a potential hit due to some of the factors out there. But like I said, that's a priority, and I would really like to see that happen in 2014.
Well, again, our goal is to construct that project.
Yeah.
And engineering staff has already evaluated what needs to be done, and it's really a matter of putting together the bid package and bringing it to your board in the spring if we don't need these funds. So this is something we would be looking at the mid-year budget, probably in end of January, February, to see how we're going through the winter and whether or not we've had any major damage. So it's just a little premature to say we are definitely going to be able to build the project.
Just to add on to that, that's something that Williams Carter and we have been working on for a long time. Looking at the total devastation cost of $13,867,000, the 400 and some odd $1,000 for that job is kind of a drop in the bucket. But we won't be able to do that work until summer anyway, so I'm comfortable with a relook, but still make sure that we keep it high on our list.
Any other member of the board?
Another question.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Pedro, this is just kind of confirmation. So on the TOT, we'll see that first report later this month for the third quarter, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe those quarterly reports are due at the end of October, and that goes to the treasurer. And while we're not all allowed to see that stuff, she could certainly summarize overall, what happened during the quarter after she receives that.
Okay, so we'll have some sense of what lost revenue there is. And will you be able to project forward based on, can you look at percentages with any confidence, Ms. Batista?
Thanks.
Yeah, crystal ball.
If you tell me what's in the crystal ball, the answer is yes. Tell me what kind of winter we're going to have. Tell me what is going to happen with the federal government. Tell me when everything up in the Groveland area is going to open up. Certainly, like Craig is saying, two things can happen by the end of the month, the very beginning of November. One, my estimate for the fourth quarter will all be in, and we can find out how close I was. I'm usually very conservative, and usually we have more money than I projected. And then, as Craig is saying, we could then look at what really happened from July 1st through September 30th up in the Groveland area, compare that to the previous year. We have the projections from the major, Shelley Peach, the treasurer tax collector, called the major hotel vendors, and then we can look at what we think is going to happen in the next couple quarters. But again, when we do that projection, you'll have a lot of assumptions that
Right.
we're assuming.
Right. And you answered one of my other questions, which was if you could break that out by corridor or area, and it sounds like you can.
As long as we're very careful and we don't identify any entity.
Okay. So then certainly by February, we'll have a better sense. And I guess I have huge concerns with this list that you just passed out. And if we've been out in that area, we know that we have another catastrophe just waiting with a little bit of moisture. So, but by February, again, we should have a little better understanding of what the weather patterns will be for the winter, and certainly what the hit will be from the TOT from both the third and fourth quarter.
But again, remember, we're going to have to project what we think next April,
Year.
May, and June's going to be for visitors coming to visit us, depending on the conditions of the area up in that quarter.
Certainly. All right. One last question. The Secure Rural Schools, was that a 1-year or a 2-year appropriation?
That was a 1 year.
1 year.
The other bill would have been a 2-year. This was a single
Okay.
year.
Okay, Supervisor Gray, you had one more?
Just, maybe a procedure here. I've got questions about a number of things, but do you want me just to ask them now, or do we want to do some of this line-by-line stuff? But one thing that I want to interject right now, it has to do with the restore full funding for juvenile detention construction management. We have an issue with the highway patrol. I don't want to pick on him. I see him out here. I know it's not his fault that they're not wanting to purchase that property. That would, in my mind, free that property up for disposal to somebody else. It would seem logical that we prepare a RFP to sell that property to some commercial entity that would want to come in and put businesses that would be compatible to what we're doing, their offices, whatever. So, I think that if they're not going to use it, we should put it at the best use, and that would give us additional money for this juvenile detention construction.
Yeah, just a comment about that. No objection to that per se, but I'd certainly want to take, if CHP is not going to go onto the property, I'd certainly like to take another look at the property to make sure that there's not an opportunity to better serve our other departments, the Sheriff's Department, Probation, DA, Public Defender, because it may allow us to adjust things a little bit that would help them out when their buildings are built.
I would be fine with that. It would probably be some cost savings, but if all else goes to heck, then let's look at getting some money for that property, put it back on the tax base,
Yeah.
get money coming in.
Absolutely.
Okay, I thought what we do is, after preliminary questions here, unless somebody's got something
Okay.
really burning, we take public comment and then come back and hash out what we need to hash out. So if that's agreeable with everybody, we'll ask the public if they have any comments on anything in the budget. I already opened the public hearing. So we do have a public hearing opening, and if, please come forward and speak.
My name is Richard Baird. I'm the president of the Tuolumne County Historical Society, and I'm here regarding the $4,500 request that we have made. As Craig said, we're in the process of a major project in the museum and archiving and detailing all the equipment we have there, all the exhibits we have there, and that sort of thing. This is all going into a major software program called Pat's Perfect, and it's been quite a project for us. We spent a lot of money on it. We put $24,000 of our money into software and other equipment, and this $4,500 is to help expedite some of the project that we're into right now. And we have found that we hired a man on a part-time basis to help out in the archives, and he has been marvelous as far as helping us get projects done much quicker and that kind of thing. He was on a 4-day week. We just put him onto a 5-day week and about 6 hours a day. And that's where part of this money would go. It's probably a good thing that your request for refunds was as early as it was. Otherwise, we might have asked for a little more, because we have recently done a complete audit of our IT system. And we have 24 computer stations that we have paid for ourselves, and on a server network. And we have found that the server is about 10 years old, and the consultants that we've been talking to have said that we're going to have to buy a new one this coming year. So that's not even part of this $4,500 that we're looking at. That's something we would pay for. So anyway, we would certainly hope that you would help us out here. You've given us a lot of help as we go along with your maintenance. Your maintenance crew has been marvelous as far as taking care of a lot of problems. You're taking care of the roof now in the building, which has been a major issue for a while. And we'd certainly and I do appreciate a lot the help that you've given us, and want to thank you for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public?
So I apologize for getting out of order, but I'm not going to plow that ground again. So last year, you very generously gave the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance $45,000. And as a businessman, I think it's always good to find out what the return on the investment was. And I'm just going to go through a half a dozen items. So we have a new home at the Dome, and I know most of you have been up there, and we've taken over the two buildings, the cosmetology building and the parent nursery building, and it's just a fabulous space to grow our program. We've had a number of events over the year, the annual art exhibition called In Focus. We've had art excursions on bus trips to various arts venues in the Bay Area. We had a grand opening at the Dome that sort of celebrated the new baseball field, the Master Gardeners, and the Tuolumne County Art Alliance projects. And this month we'll be holding a Native American art exhibition working in concert with Black Oak Casino and the Chicken Ranch. The largest program that we have put in place with your money was the Kids Art Studies Academy, CASA, up at the Dome, and that particular classroom venue fills a void that's been created by lack of funding for arts and culture in the schools. Our two largest programs that have been ongoing for the last 25 or 30 years, one of them is called Artists in Schools, and that's where we actually go into the classrooms and teach kids from K through 12. And then we have another large program to fill the void created by insufficient funding for the schools, and it's called Arts Reach to Schools. And what it is, it's an online catalog that a third grade teacher can go and log on and say, you know, I'd like to do something in visual arts or dancing, and there's a whole series of artists that are available throughout the county. In addition to those two youth programs, we have Poetry Out Loud, and we were successful in the last 2 years of having 3 high school students get to the finals. We have an enrolled summer arts camp out in Columbia, Symphony of the Sierras, and then we have an annual students art show. So those are just some of the different things that we have done with your money. In addition, one of the large things that's happened was strengthening our board of directors so that there's an appropriate balance for people with a business interest that also love the community. And so we've got some, and just bringing on 2 new board members in the past month. So we have also spent a tremendous amount of time focusing on fundraising, and the payout is starting to be received. We get a large grant and funding amount from the Wise Trust, and that has continued for a number of years. We've done a lot of work in cultivating major donors, and last week we got a $10,000 check from one of the donors that we've been cultivating. And then we've really spent a lot of time cultivating our corporate sponsors and corporate partners, and I'm proud to let you know that the Chicken Ranch, Lowe's, the Bank of Stockton, Umpqua Bank, Black Oak Casino, Blue Mountain Minerals, and the Sonora Area Foundation have all stepped up with really nice donations, the largest of which being about $7,500. We are fortunate to have a fellow on our board of directors named Jason Reed. He was the CFO at Dodge Ridge, and we now have a state-of-the-art financial reporting system that has balance sheets, income statements, and cash flow. Lastly, we have hired 4 independent contractors that have filled some spaces that is just too much for our executive director to handle. So we've got a newsletter writer, we have a membership director, social media, and somebody who coordinates all of our volunteer activity. And another thing that we were able to do with your money for the first time in years is to produce 2 newsletters that are really informative and a very professional layout. And so I'm telling you all of these great things that the Arts Alliance has done, and it's been done with 1.5 FTEs and a boatload of volunteers under the leadership of our executive director, Connie O'Connor-Gahagan. So one other thing I wanted to say that has been very beneficial in funding our school programs is that the California Arts Council has a grant program that's extraordinarily competitive, and our organization has been the recipient for the last 25 years in a row, and it speaks to the quality of what we're doing in the county. Last year I got up in front of you and I said, you know, we were one of a handful of arts councils that don't receive any funding from local government. You all broke that cycle last year, and we're very, very grateful for that. So I can say to you today that unequivocally the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance is back. We were off the reservation for 6 or 7 years, but that's changed, and I think our visibility in the community has really improved. And it's the board's goal to secure the financial security of this organization, and we're confident we're going to do it. So we're also confident that you'll see the value that's been generated and produced by the Arts Alliance, and we'll consider our funding request of $60,000. Thank you so much. It got lowered to 60,000.
Okay, thank you very much. Other members of the public, please? Don't see anybody else who wants to speak.
I'll just mention that Mr. Bean from the Motherlode Fair had a conflict today. He would like to have been here, but could not. He did send those materials, and that's some of that supplemental information I got to the board.
Okay. So, since we've heard from the public, how would you like to proceed, supervisors? You want to go through with your questions, comments?
I can start if you would like.
All right, I'll let you go.
Well, you know, we have, on our short list here, we have, and I'm sure we have other ideas that we would like to see on here, but we have $1.7 million worth of requests. We have $1.3 million to spend. 2 items on this list: new jail local match, $1 million, and
Oh, excuse me, I need to close the public hearing, so I'll do that.
I'm not going to start over.
Okay. Well, you know, I didn't come in earlier, but I have to comment about your scruffy appearance today.
I apologize, but it's
There,
been
I
voluntarily
understand there is a financial implication to this, and
And I will disclose it on my
well, I'm
700
going to
form.
suggest that perhaps
Should
you could donate it to one of the causes.
I would certainly do that, and I think I would make my first donation to the Historical Society when I do get the funds.
I see. Okay.
All right, so we've got the 1.7, we've got the 2 major requests here, 1 million for the local match for the jail and 367,000 for the juvenile detention center. That takes care of all the money. just right off the bat. So, where do we go from there? I guess my question is, Mr. Pedro, is that on this match, and we're going to be talking about the grant, which I'm certainly in favor of, is that $1 million a figure that we can bend with, or is 800,000 something that would show significant?
Anything that the board can do is a step in the right direction. The numbers that you saw in the report are significant of what our match could be. I think the larger the number, the better, but there is no magic number. There's no, Tuolumne County is going to be looked upon to put $1 million in this year, but we need to start, and I think that this is a good start. The bigger the number you can put in there, the better.
I would agree, but again, we don't have a lot of numbers here. On the construction management, that 367 that we have on the list here, 367,000, when would we start having to spend that money?
Okay, we're slated to have the project out to bid late winter, early spring. Your board will be looking at awarding in spring, and we should be bringing that person on. Actually, to do it correctly, they should be on in conjunction with the bidding, so they can be in at the ground level because they're going to be in charge of that project. So that's when things will start. This is, again, a multi-year project. Sometimes that creates a problem for budgeting. But the estimate was $800,000, to take them all the way through the project. There's a potential that we could structure the contract so that, part of it is this year, part of it is next year. We can split fund it. But if we don't fund it this year, we're going to have to fund it next year anyway.
Okay.
One thought, just to put out there, is if you were to put $1 million, towards the jail or law and justice center, we can certainly report back in the spring, and we'll have better information on the cost of the construction manager, because that was an estimate, and we'll also know where we're at with the grant, and perhaps there'll be some flexibility that you could maybe use part of that money to fill that hole, or if there's a way I can split fund the construction management between this year and next, I could let you know at that time as well, and we could address that 367 in the middle of the year.
Okay. Would it be better to say put $200,000 in that construction management fund now, pull $167,000 out as a split, and fund it in the next cycle when we will be spending it?
I mean, sure, it's whatever the board would like to do. We're going to end up having to pay it. I'll know the number this spring.
Okay.
That's an estimate.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Right now.
Supervisor Rotifer, I think you.
Ms. Batista, do you agree with the current fund balance of 2361631? Is that
We're talking general fund?
a yes?
Absolutely.
Okay. So that's, I think, first of all, I've been doing a little research on general fund balances, and our average over the last, from 2007 to 2008, is over $1 million a year. We make some tough decisions early in the budget cycle going forward, and we routinely end up with money that we're spending at the end of the year. I think we need to recognize that some segment of that, and I'm not sure how big a segment that is, that's up for discussion, really isn't, I mean, if it's one-time money, if it's one-time money this year, if we have the same amount of money or some minimum threshold of that money every year, year in and year out, that's really not
one-time money. And I would like time to sit down, 4 days from getting a budget book is not a lot of time to come to some decisions on how to spend some very important money on some very important programs. And I would like some time to think about and talk to the staff about how to spend, especially with the jail construction coming up. That's very, very important, especially with the unknowns associated with rimfire. I think that we ought to, we can address maybe some of the nickel and dime requests, and I don't want to minimize the importance of them by calling them nickel and dime requests, but let's just say the small amounts of money. I'm not ready to spend $1.3 million today. And I'd really like to look at fixing some things that we not necessarily broke, but we certainly chipped away at with some of this money. I think there's a lot of times we forget what our budget priorities are in terms of public safety and some other things when we start entertaining how we're going to spend year-end fund balance money. And I would rather go back and take a studied approach to that. That's my view of it. I just think that getting an inch and a half thick package on the budget with 4 days to prepare twice a year, I'd rather have a little bit of ownership on this, and I think we need to look at our process and how we get to the budget public hearing as well. But I'm not ready to talk about this kind of money right now.
Okay, got Supervisor Gray?
Yeah, maybe address the issue of the one-time money. The experience over the last almost 5 years, looking at that one-time money, it's never coming from the same area all the time. It comes from different sources, and you take the PILT money as an example. If we think that we're going to have that PILT money to spend next year, we may not have it. So we don't always have we may have the $1 million possibly, but we may not. What we're looking at with the rimfire ramifications, with what Congress is doing right now, we may be scrambling for money and already have spent our contingencies by the end of next year. So I'm not too sure if it's the right thing to do to say we're always going to have the one-time money. It may not always be there. As far as the time to do the budget and the review, I spent considerable hours on it. I have more detail now than I ever had. I'm probably overloaded with detail. I'm not really interested in how much toilet paper costs. It's just a matter of looking at the big things. I think the request list that we have here is legitimate. I could certainly add to some things. I will use an example of the alleyway study in Tuolumne that we did 4 years ago when Supervisor Morrison was here. I think on the CBDG grant application there was $80,000. To me, I would love to add it to this list and say, let's not get grant money to proceed with the alleyway reconstruction in Tuolumne, which is not my district, obviously, but I think it's, here we do study, we spend money, and we don't proceed with it. So I can think of a lot of other things to road projects to spend money on, but this is a legitimate list. I don't know where I would be if I'd be any different position to make a decision a week from now or 2 weeks from now. I think, time is here. We need to move on with it.
Okay, any other member of the board? Supervisor Royce?
Sure. Well, there's two things it sounds like we're talking about here. One is the specific budget in front of us and how we're dealing with it, and I think the other one is a discussion about budget policies and process. And I think they both kind of tie into what we're dealing with, and so we're going to have to figure out how to reconcile that. I think in regards to Supervisor Rodefer's comments about the one-time money, I think it's something to consider. The fact that we oftentimes have a one-time fund balance that we are dealing with says something about kind of the responsible nature of our budgets. We're trying to make sure that we're coming in on budget every year. I think that it also says that there's a trend that we often do have money left over, and maybe there is a way to be a little bit more aggressive about analyzing the resources that we have every year for operating expenses. I think for me to be more comfortable with looking at something like that and being a little bit more aggressive about using that money, I'd refer to one of our budget policies, which is our reserve fund, and we're talking about as a goal budgeting 5% for our reserve funds, which would equal $6 million something dollars. Right now we're at what, about half of that? 2.2. Yeah, and I can see why we need money like that. We've never actually really gotten into that much while I've been here. We haven't used reserves, which is a good thing, and we haven't had to use them, which is a good thing, but I can see things like the rimfire where that could become a situation and that money would need to be utilized. So I think as we move forward with our budget processes, we may not be able to do it this year, but we definitely need to increase our reserves, and I think maybe we could reduce our cautious nature with our revenue estimates and maybe be able to apply a little bit more of that towards some of our operating expenses. It's also a way that we use with being cautious. We've been able to use that for capital expenses and one-time costs, and I can see how that's advantageous also. But that's a discussion I think we need to have. I think it ties to our long-term budget policies, and I don't know how to really apply that here. I always like to see road maintenance projects and public safety as a priority. That is a goal and a policy, and I can see how in some ways we're doing that. Back to the Woodham Carn project one more time, I just want to mention, I don't like seeing that being used as a contingency. I think that's why we have contingencies and reserves, and the reason I'm nervous about that is not because I'm totally committed to that project, even though I do see it as a priority, but I have concerns about the TCTC and the own dynamics of that board and that agency and them allocating that revenue towards our project. I know that they don't want to see it just used for general maintenance. So I would worry that if we did that in the future, it's going to be more difficult to advocate for projects. And so I want to make sure that we perform when they're committing funds for specific purposes. And then I'm going to defer a little bit to the rest of the board when it comes to how they want to go through the wish list we have in front of us. I have opinions about certain items, and I will say that the museum is a priority right off the bat, and I'll wait on the rest of these to kind of see how the board feels and what input I can add, I suppose.
Okay.
I'd just like to ask Ms. Batista one more question. Is it true that there's no real pattern to our fund balances year after year after year?
No, there is a pattern. There is a pattern that probably one of the largest departments in the general fund, which is the sheriff's fund, they always seem to have money at the end of the year. Some of that has to do with the way that it's really difficult to judge employees. I mean, there's hoping that you're going to recruit the people and get them online. Sometimes it's more difficult remember, we do our budgets and we do our reviews in January, we do it again in March. Who's on 4850 pay? 4850 pay is workers' comp for a sheriff or a peace officer. That's not paid out of the general fund, that's paid out of the workers' comp fund. I mean, later on, years later, or for the next 3 years, I think, the sheriff's office would then pay for that. The federal in lieu of, the PILT, the last 2 years, we've gotten more money than we budgeted for. In fact, in what year are we in? 2012, 2013, we should have raised the revenue based upon the previous year, which was 11-12. Somehow we missed that. That's why, if you remember the email I sent to you, I told you that the money was, there was two different numbers. There was one number that it was bigger than 11-12, but it was even larger than what we budgeted for. And again, as Mr. Pedro pointed out, we don't know every single year that we're going to get that. If you look at the last couple of years, Prop 172 has been higher than we've budgeted for. Conversely, there's some departments that in the current year perhaps spent more money than they had originally budgeted for. I think I have multiple years where we're showing what's been projected by the departments, because it really is an art. It really is in March trying to determine what's going to happen and what reality is. But there are areas where it is reoccurring, and the numbers are different, but the same types of stuff happen year after year.
Okay.
I'll just say that I have no problem with the budget as it sits. My problem right now is making determinations on the year-end fund balance and how we're going to allocate that. I think we need to take a more studied look on how we get to, in my mind, some very significant year-end fund balances year after year. We're making some very difficult decisions in the March timeframe in terms of when we put the budget together the first time around on cutting positions, making decisions on bargaining negotiations, doing all sorts of different very difficult decisions. And then we get to the end of the year and we have money left over on a recurring basis that if we knew that we were going to have that, and of course we can't have a perfect crystal ball, but if we knew we were going to have that, we might not have made some of those decisions in March. And the difficulty I have is I would like to fix some of those decisions first before I go starting addressing some of the add-on requests that come in. And I'm not comfortable making a decision right now on how to spend this year's end-of-year fund balance. I think we need to go back and look at some of the decisions that we made in March, and do we want to undo some of those decisions with respect to our budget priorities that are established. That's my point. I'm more than willing to make a decision on the budget. I support the budget as it's presented, except for that fund balance issue. And I want to have a discussion, I want to have a dialogue on how we do allocate that money.
Okay. Superintendent, do you have anything?
Yeah, I was just going to ask about the patterns, and because there does seem to be some patterns with some of the ending dollars that we find in the balance. And so you answered the question. A lot of that seems to be with the sheriff's office. And I would agree with Supervisor Rotifer in what he's saying, is because we do look in March at what those positions are and what the implications are going to be, and now are faced with an ending balance here where how do we appropriate And do we need to go back and adjust some of those assumptions? Having said that, it's the same kind of, it gets back to, I mean, we have a situation in particular this year, I'm talking, specifically with some of the TOT going forward and what those implications are going to be, I'm going to guess for a considerable time forward, not just the next couple quarters. And we could see implications from that easily for the next couple years, I'm guessing, until we have some level of restoration effort out there on the landscape and some confidence in coming back. Yeah, we know that Yosemite's going to be a gateway, but there will be implications from the fire that are going to go forward a lot farther than 1 or 2 quarters. So having said that, I just want to get to this idea of the reserve and what that means, and I think that it is very appropriate for us to believe that we will have expenses going forward, unanticipated expenses from unanticipated damage and unanticipated revenue lost resulting from the fire, and we need to factor that in. I am prepared to, I think there are a couple of items here on the list that I would advocate for, and we can have a discussion about that. But the lion's share of these funds, I really believe we need to be looking very honestly at what the overall implications are from the rim fire.
Okay, Supervisor Gray?
Yes.
I'll weigh in.
Ms. Batista, she mentioned the crystal ball. Through the budget process, and I won't pick on the sheriff, but I'll just use the sheriff as an example. He's taking his budget, he's making his best possible estimate of what he thinks is going to cost him to run the sheriff's department at a staffing level that he thinks is adequate for him to do the job for the taxpayer. So that's his job as an elected official. It's ours to do our best to give him those funds to do his job. But when you go through the budget process using the crystal ball, you're making your best possible estimate of what it's going to cost to run your department. And I want to commend the people that we have running our departments because they've been able to be efficient with the money that we give them. It's very easy to take the philosophy that I've got X number of dollars and I'm going to spend it all because next year I'm not going to get it. So let's look at it from the standpoint of them doing a very good job of managing the money. We're coming at the end of the year with some funds that are available that weren't spent for various reasons. And now we have an opportunity to take those funds and spend them on things that are needed. I don't think that's a bad process. I think it's one that works well. If we got to a point where we had no one-time money, we wouldn't be looking at a list like this. So, just my 2 cents.
If you got the impression that I think the way that the sheriff's office budgets is incorrect, it's not. We want people to be as conservative as they can to budget, hopefully thinking that the recruits, the new deputies, the new staff members are going to come in March, and when they don't come in till June, because it's a whole lot easier to be in the position you are today with money to spend than to be the opposite, where the sheriff says, they came in and we didn't think, and I'm not just saying the sheriff, anybody who loses positions, I lost a position and putting it in, there's some savings in my department, a couple $1,000 because I brought the person in later. It's a whole lot easier to spend the money in the following year than to have a hole of a couple $100,000 because pattern says we don't normally get these people, and they get a great crew of recruits or applicants, and they're able to get through the process and get the people on board faster, you rather that your finance team is conservative. Every year, the last couple of years, property tax has been higher than we budgeted for. I'll own that, but where the team is conservative, we rather have money at the end than to tell you, oops, we have a mistake and we're $200,000 in the hole.
I would agree, and I wasn't picking on the sheriff. No, I just used it as the same example as you did. I agree with what you just said, totally. I think that's the right way to do it.
And I agree too. But my problem is with the concept of the one-time money. I don't disagree that we're much better off in a position where we're at today than if we were looking at a $1.3 million shortfall. There's no doubt, okay? My problem is every year we have about that amount of money and we treat it differently than we do the rest of the money in the year going forward. We call it one-time money. And all I want to say is that if we have $1.3 million every year or more, that's not necessarily one-time money. We ought to be treating that as part of our going forward budget and apply it to the same budget priorities that we apply all of our other money to. And I'm not even saying treat all of it as recurring money, but we ought to recognize the fact that a good chunk of it is recurring. And we can predict that it's going to be recurring and recurring again and again. My problem is in the past, we've always fenced it into one-time money, and we spend it only as one-time money. What I'm saying is a good chunk of that could be treated as recurring, and then you can address some of the things, some of the decisions you made in March and fix them long-term, okay? That is all I'm saying. I'm not criticizing the fact that we have $1.3 million. I just want to talk about, have a dialogue about how we treat that $1.3 million. And these are all one-time things. I think there are some recurring issues that we need to fix.
Okay. You want to come in? I'm going to weigh in at some point, but go ahead.
I'll be brief. I've spoken with Supervisor Rodefer, on the concerns he's expressed. I have no problem at the appropriate juncture. I don't think it's today, and I think he'd agree with that, to have the discussion about the process. And I will say this, I'm very proud of our process. It's a much more sophisticated process and successful process in most rural communities that you're going to see. Having said that, everything's subject to change, looking at again, and be more than glad to come back and look at our process and have this discussion. It's a healthy thing to have, so everyone is totally on the same page as we move forward. Probably more important now than ever because of the composition of the board. It's a new board, new day. So I'd absolutely welcome that, and we could schedule that for don't know exactly when, but as soon as we can. Certainly before we start constructing next year's budget. And so just to put that out there, I think we need to have that discussion in a separate period. As far as today, there are some things in here that I know that some of the agencies would appreciate knowing, the ones that spoke today, as to whether or not the board would be receptive, because it make a difference on what they're going to do or not do. I'll offer a couple thoughts. One is on the EIR. I think that's something that you're kind of bound to do, because if you want to have a general plan update, you've got to have an EIR. On the matter of the jail set-aside, you could certainly put that into, don't do that now, put it in contingencies, revisit that if you'd like. I'll just offer this thought, and I've shared this with some. I think it'd be really good when our delegation stands up before the Board of State Community and Corrections to pitch our project, to say that we've begun the process of setting aside our funding. But is that a final answer? Is that absolutely necessary? No, but I just put that one out there. So if you want to address certain things, pack the rest into contingencies, address that at a later time, that's certainly your prerogative. But I would think you'd want to address a few of these things, today, and then pack the rest in contingencies. We can come back another day.
Okay, my turn? We have if we abide by our rules, we have $1 million that we put in contingency fund, and we have $1.36 million of funds that have accumulated over the course of the year, and I will give a lot of credit to our staff and our department heads and their staffs for managing their budgets well, because all of this was, in theory, intended to be spent. So I think there's significant things. We've managed it well. We've avoided some costs. We've been more efficient than we thought we could be, and the creative genius of the organization has done that. But let me ask you, Ms. Batista, if we hadn't had rimfire and all the associated negative impacts of that, what would that number have been? It would have been substantially more, I think you'd say.
Okay.
You don't have to give me an exact number, but it would have been substantially more, $1 million more maybe.
Well, we need to clear up two things, because we're confusing two different little issues here. The ending fund balance for the general fund at June 30th, 13 was $3,478,118. After we put together the budget for fiscal year 13-14, contingencies, exactly as Supervisor Hanfeld expressed, with all the positives and negatives, all the changes that we did, including the rimfire, which I think we said the rimfire without any of the issues that we're not sure what's going to happen was about a $28,000 cost. That's the 2.3 of which 1 million we want to keep in contingencies. We're confusing apples and zucchinis here.
Are we?
Yeah. So what you're saying, what the 1.3 comes from is after you've put the whole budget together for 13-14. The ending fund balance was 3.4, which if it was a perfect world, and it's never going to be a perfect world, that ending fund balance should be $1 million, which is what our contingency is we're carrying year after year after year.
So we really have 2.4.
We had 2.4 at June 30th. But remember, we're projecting what's going to happen in 13-14. Our revenues are going to be down in TOT.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's my point. And
Yes.
a lot of that is associated with rimfire.
Some of it is, yes. Definitely the TOT, the sales tax, and a tiny piece of the property tax.
And there is risk associated with rimfire.
Big time risk with the rimfire. Big time risk with the rimfire.
And is it positive or is it negative?
Very negative if it happens.
Thank you. You have made my point. QED. Okay, that's my problem. I have an unknown uncertainty, and it's not upside, it's downside. All downside. I personally am reluctant to spend money I'm not 100% sure, what I would call contingency money. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to have. I don't even need to be 100%, but I need to be more comfortable than I am right now. I believe the downside is significant. All I got to do is look at the sheet that the road department gave me on roads that we're responsible for inside the burn perimeter, the footprint. And I'm not sure who's going to come to our rescue when we have a problem. The water flows that the hydrologist put out with normal, they were talking about 5 times flow. Well, once that ground's saturated, we get a major storm in there, 5 times flow may look pretty small. If we get a major storm after the ground's saturated, everything comes off. And while I'm not a soil hydrologist, I do know something about fluid flow in very complex multi-phase environments. And I view this risk as a little bit unacceptable. On top of that, we haven't finished our negotiations, so we don't know what those union negotiations, we don't know what the impacts of that are. We may suspect we know, we forecast, but we still don't know. We haven't finished. And delay costs money. Every week we delay. I would tell you that I'm reluctant to make that decision today. I'm not reluctant to look at any of these things. I think they're all good causes. I have a few more maybe that I'd like to add to the list, but the list is obviously over-constrained because there's 1.36 and there's a lot more money there. And so what is the harm if we approve the budget as presented, but we take all those funds and we hang out a little bit until after union negotiations are complete, until after we find out a little bit more about what our risk might be? Time solves some of that problems. Now, I don't want to hurt the Historical Society. I love art. I love the Motherlode Fair. I love all these things. I'm not going to be able to spend all that money. It's just not going to happen. So my point is the risk exceeds my comfort zone, and until it doesn't, I'm reluctant to spend money that may disappear. It's simple as that. So with that, I would like to take about a 10-minute break. We'll come back. We can discuss this some more, and then we'll look at taking some action. By my clock, I will tell you we'll come back at about 10 minutes to the hour and reconvene. Thank you. You're going to hit the light again. Okay, let's reconvene here. We're back in session here, please. Okay, I asked a question which I guess I'd like to pursue. If there are any items on the list that become a real issue and we put a negative impact on the county or the organization or the project, if we don't make a decision today. I was told about one of those at break, so I'd ask Ms. Shane to come up and comment about that one and ask if there are any others.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. As you recall, last month, we made a presentation to you on updating the Tuolumne County General Plan, and your board gave us direction to pursue that project. At that time, I indicated that we were working jointly with the Tuolumne County Transportation Council on its update of the Regional Transportation Plan. Both the RTP, the Regional Transportation Plan, and the General Plan will require an environmental analysis. By working together, we'll be able to pool our resources, including the $100,000 that TCTC has already allocated for its share of the EIR. In order to keep on schedule with the RTP and not jeopardize TCTC's efforts, I would ask that you consider allocating the $100,000 for our share of the EIR for that joint project, again, in order for us to work with TCTC and uphold our end of making sure that they meet their deadlines.
I wasn't here for that presentation, so I don't know the full background of what was presented, but I was under the impression we're doing kind of a, I don't know what to say, integrated EIR where we're going to be doing various elements.
Yes.
Part of that would be what the BRAC, or whatever the new name for the Biological Resources section, which is being updated.
That's true,
in
yes.
a committee and going to be brought back to the board. So that would also be a part of this.
That's right.
That's important if we're going to be,
Yes.
that's another facet.
That's a very important one, that you already have a committee working on that, and again, those issues could be addressed in the comprehensive EIR for the project, the general plan update, which would be the appropriate time to do it and what we intend to do. This is just a matter of timing, and while you don't have a deadline for the general plan, the TCTC does have a deadline to complete their RTP.
Okay. Are there any others, Mr. Pedro? Somebody's got another question that you believe will be impacted if we delayed the decision?
Not from the county. Again, I'll just mention, I think those local agencies would like, some direction, but I'll just stop there.
Okay, let me ask one more question. On the personnel actions, you have the sheriff also requested he be allowed to add an additional halftime. That's X proposed budget in addition?
That would be in addition. So if your board was supportive of his request, we would add the halftime FTE, and we would add the $13,500 in revenue and expense. So
Okay.
that would be something to get consensus you'd like that built into the final numbers.
Okay, that number would come out of the 1.3, obviously.
No,
right?
there'd be an offsetting revenue from the inmate trust.
Okay.
Trust. Again, that's going to pay for things we're already paying for using general fund dollars, and then we would just add the halftime FTE.
That's a wash completely then.
Right. So if there's consensus, we can put that into the final numbers.
Yes.
Is there consensus on that?
Consensus.
Yes.
Okay, so I think you got consensus on that one.
Okay.
You're welcome, Mr. Sheriff. Okay, and now, so on this list, are there any, we don't have any that you think would hurt from a delayed decision until we got the reports, and we have, my feeling is we get the reports on the actual TOTs, we know how well our guesstimates were, our scientific guesstimates, and then at some point, we do have to fish or cut bait and go forward, but.
Practically, no.
Okay.
I know there's anxiety about the
Okay.
courthouse park stuff.
Just want to get that
I
clear.
know,
So
just-
the question really comes in my mind, how much risk are we willing to take? How much are we willing to put out there? So,
Mr. Chairman, taking your line, we would take no action on any of these items?
not necessarily,
Okay, I'm just.
not necessarily.
clarification.
It's just, how much risk you're willing to take? I'm just trying to put it in perspective in that, for me, I'm not willing to take a lot of risk till I feel a little better
Okay.
about some of the assumptions, and we'll have those soon, the end of the month, right?
Yeah, for me personally, I'd rather get through at least the first 6 months to get a full picture. We'll know the quarter, but that's only part of the picture. There's a lot of, the winter, what happens with the snow, and that affects both those TOT and sales tax numbers too.
Yeah, but I would also argue that the winter also has a big impact on the list that Ms. Shane and the road
Right,
department
I would agree with that.
And
I'm just saying,
that's risk.
I think you have a better idea. We'll be in a better position to give you a better number, something we'll all feel more comfortable with if we can have 6 months' worth of data, because the impacts are greater than just on the first quarter of the fiscal year.
Okay.
But we don't have the good enough data to make that estimate.
Okay, Supervisor
tighter.
Rutherford.
I've got a proposal to offer up. I propose that we consider Ms. Shane's $100,000 request for the EIR, along with the Tuolumne County Historical Society and Museum request for $4,500, the Motherlode Fair request for $7,500, and consider, I'm not comfortable with the request, but I'm not comfortable with saying completely no either, but the Central Sierra Arts Alliance request today, and at what level we would fund those, if at all, and set the rest aside until we have more clarity on some of the issues. I would like also to consider earmarking $1 million of that for a jail match set aside to be held. And the reason I want to earmark that is I think it sends a very important signal in our request for jail funding under SB 1022 and AB 109, or not AB 109, AB 900. So and the remainder of that, I would just set aside until we have more clarity. I'm not really wanting to discuss the rest of it.
Okay, just another clarification here. We need to do the recommendations, but that will be this afternoon after you come back?
Correct. Once your board gives us the direction on what you want in or not in, then we will go back and change the numbers. We have a computation on the appropriation limit needs to be redone, and a resolution needs to be changed to reflect all of this. We'd come back in the afternoon after your 1:30 appointments with it all packaged up for your action.
Okay, so you basically got consensus on the sheriff thing. Anything else you need consensus on before we go at this list?
No.
Okay.
Mr.
Supervisor Gray.
In Mr. Rotifer, I would agree with most things, but I would like to add, and I'm probably going to defer to Supervisor Brennan, but I believe those courthouse park cameras are something that we should address it at this time. It would take some time to get those in, and we know we have some ongoing problems there. It's a relationship with the city, so I'll defer to you on that, but that's just my personal opinion. Getting back to the funding of the museum, I'm totally comfortable with the Motherlode Fair. I'm comfortable with that, but it's that $7,500. It was for a period of time. I'd like to see it one time. Is that your thinking, Mr. Rutherford?
Well, I'm certainly not comfortable with a 5-year commitment, and I'm not really comfortable with that level. We were at 45,000 last year. And
Oh, no, I'm talking about the Motherlode Fair.
the Motherlode Fair, I'm absolutely
Yeah.
comfortable with 7,500 one time.
And with the Central Sierra Arts Council, at this time, I wouldn't be comfortable with the long-term commitment either. I would be comfortable with the contribution that we did last year. I believe they have really shown that they're an organization that is moving forward and are doing some good, and it is an investment, in my opinion, also of economic development. So, but I'm not in favor of this, at this time, of the 75 on the long-term
He
commitment.
reduced it to 60.
He reduced it to 60, I'm reducing it to 45. So
Okay.
that's
I just wanted to clarify.
Okay. And as far as efficiency goes, that CAD software update of $7,000 seems very reasonable for the CRA department. I'm done.
You're done. Anybody else?
Yes, Chairman. So I agree with the $4,500 for the Historical Society and the $7,500 for the Motherlode Fair. I like Supervisor,
Talking about gray here, it's hard to recognize
Yes,
him.
I
It's
look
the
at
beard.
that
Look at
face
the
and
color of the
just-
beard, and you got it.
I have a mental image in my mind that's
It's not me.
not you. But I do like supporting the Central Sierra Arts Alliance. 75,000 or 60,000 right now, I think is a commitment that's too high. 45,000 is what was done last year. They are doing some good things. I do believe that they bring TOT into the county, and especially when we're talking about needing activities that are going to be income generating. I think their endeavors certainly hit that mark. I do want to talk about the courthouse cameras. We have been meeting regularly with the city. We have some issues in Courthouse Park, whether they're homeless issues, some illegal activity, but we've come up with what is a relatively easy fix for one-time money, installing the cameras, and then the city will be monitoring that activity and be responsible for responding to it. And so it's a fix. It is a need downtown. We've all kind of walked through there and had some, to call them characters would be polite, but we've been approached in a way, and we want to encourage tourism, we want to encourage people downtown, and we don't want to have a reputation that folks cannot move around freely in downtown Sonora without being accosted and harassed. And there has been some level of that going on, and this is an easy fix for that. And so I would really advocate that we include the cameras for downtown.
So I heard from you, Historical Society, Motherlode Fair, Arts Council. I didn't hear you comment about general plan.
Oh, and yes, the EIR.
And you said Supervisor Gray made the CRA CAD software upgrade, but you mentioned Courthouse Park, which you mentioned. Okay. I'm just trying to get a feel for where you stand on this. Okay, Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I think we're getting close enough to consensus here. I'll make a motion, if I can.
Well, let's see if we got any more comments. I want to make sure I hear from Supervisor Royce, and I would like to make a comment before you do that.
Well, I have to forgive me, I wasn't listening 100% because I'm over here playing with a calculator and different variations of our list. And, you know, I think we have a good budget. I think the entire list, each item on here deserves our attention. There's you know, arguments to support everything on here, but it's always, you know, a matter of priorities within our budget process. So, with that being said, looking at 1.36 million available, and if you add up the list minus the as much as possibles, you're looking at, what was the number, 1.65 million. So obviously we can't do the whole list, so to me it's a matter of how, like you said, how cautious do we want to be, and what do we want to leave behind, and then what do we want to cut off of here. So my first inclination is an easy way to do it is to take the local match set aside from the jail and reduce that. I think it's important that we do set money aside for that, and we are going to have to find more money for that. But the point of what we're doing with that particular item is to make a statement within our grant application that's going to be coming up that we are going to set aside local money. I think that we can still do that by setting aside $500,000, and that gives us a little more flexibility within this list. I agree about the points that were made about both the Arts Alliance and the Motherlode Fair, that at this point it wouldn't be wise to commit to a 5-year or whatever is being requested commitment, but I think some level of support is okay on my part. I would agree that $75,000 is a little bit much. I do want to acknowledge I didn't support that at all last year, and I have seen good work from these folks. Philosophically, I don't agree with all of their arguments about how it comes back. I think it does to some degree. The thing I really like is the programs for kids. I think that's a good thing. I remember doing that when I was a kid. I actually participated in some of those, so I would agree with that. But we have, you know, there's so many different groups and events and things that draw people in. So I don't think it's going to make or break us, but I do want to show support to it. And so something like half of what's being requested or around there, I would support. And then the remainder of the list, you know, the cameras I think are really important. The EIR is really important. Something that I don't know if I heard there being support for, but I think is important. We saw it firsthand is the EOC parking. We just went through a major emergency, and I remember, you know, pulling off I've seen the sheriff illegally parked over there, so I think we need to make sure that we have a facility where we can follow the law. So that's important. So basically, my proposal, if I was king, I would say do $500,000 for the jail, take the Arts Alliance, and do something like $35,000, and retain the rest. And I think that as far as our risk and exposure for this winter with the rimfire and road damage, I mean, we're looking at a list here totaling $14 million. We all know everything on this list isn't going to happen, but there's a good chance that something will happen. And I think there are ways that will be dealt with. One of them is emergency funds. I know that when we're on the line, we are reimbursed for emergency funds. We've had road slides before. Wards Ferry Road, how long ago was that? 2 years ago? I don't know what revenue sources we had that helped to pay for that. But I think it's not all going to come to fruition. I think this budget is taking into consideration loss of TOT with the government shutdown and the rimfire. We know that's going to be an impact, and I think that we are accounting for that. And I think it's a good budget. And so that would be my proposal. And then I think as we move forward, Supervisor Rotifer made some very good points that we need to take into consideration, and we need to have a continued look at how we come back and do this in the future before we get to this point. And as was discussed, you know, the relationship between contingencies, reserves, and one-time money need to be kind of reconciled with our board and how we process that and how we cover our risk. So I think this is a good meeting, and that's kind of where I'm at, but I'm a little bit flexible. And
Okay, I'll weigh in one more time. Then I think I want to do is take these one at a time. I think we need to support our Historical Society Museum. I think those people do a terrific job over there, and we already learned that even with this, they may have a few problems. I am a little concerned about Motherlode Fair. I wouldn't support them on a continuing basis until I've seen a full business plan that shows us achieving success at Motherlode Fair, long-term success. The fair has struggled for a long time with even with the state supporting it, but now we need to have a plan to make the Motherlode Fair work and work for our community, and I'd like to see that plan that makes that happen. But the fair has great value to us, and we know that, and so I'd be willing to support them. Central Sierra Arts Alliance, unless you go out and experience what those people really do, I don't think you really appreciate it. I was out there about 10 days ago, and I had lots of fun. And I went out, and I will confess I kind of was going to go make a cameo because I had something else. Turns out something else was delayed, so I got to hang out. And I got to sit in on some of the performances they did. I got to go in there and watch these kids making paper and block prints and having a really good time and learning a lot. And I got to see them and do the dragon on the chalk wall and things. And very frankly, I had a great time. And for what I thought I was going to be there half an hour, I was there closer to 2.5 hours, and it was well worth it. And I know they make a difference in people's lives, and in the most positive sense. Art touches us like few other things, and I have to speak about all forms of art, the performing arts, as well as the graphic arts and some of the other things that go on. It was a wonderful experience. I'm very glad they're up at the Dome and have the facilities and the space to do the things and make the contributions they do. I think we've got to do the EIR prep work. We need to go forward that. It's either now or later, and delaying the schedule doesn't help us. I agree on the software upgrade in the courthouse park. I don't agree with you, Supervisor Royce, about we got by fine, and the sheriff never parked illegally. I'd like to correct that. The sheriff parked on an emergency situation as appropriate to deal with an emergency, so that was just fine. And I'd have to give the fire folks credit for that too. They parked in an emergency situation. We got by that, and if we had the extra money and to spare, I would support that. But I think before I commit to how much we set aside for the jail, I'd like to hear about the jail proposal, which we're going to hear about later today, and we must support a jail. There's no question in my mind our jail is overloaded. I read the report that the Supreme Court turned California down, and they're going to have to release up to 10,000 prisoners, 9,600, I think, was in there. I heard we'll get our share, unfortunately, and that just adds stress to our jail situation. We need to support our jail, and I think the whole community needs to do that, but we need to see how we're doing and hear that proposal, and we need to do the same for the juvenile detention facility. So what I want to do is take these one at a time and either approve them today, or I don't want to take any, personally don't want to take anything off the list, but delaying a decision on these allows us to deal with our risk, but we have to be fully committed to do the things we need to do for our community and for our county. And so with that, I'll take another comment from Supervisor Gray.
Mr. Chairman, I'm in favor of delaying some of this and go through what you just said. But as far as the length of delay, I think we should put some time certain that we will make a decision on these after our first quarter budget review or some time frame.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
That's,
I agree with you.
but just not leave it open forever.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody disagree with the process? Then let's take them from the top. Somebody want to make a motion on the Historical Society?
I move to approve the $4,500 for the Tuolumne County Historical Society and Museum.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. I will take public comment if there is any on the Historical Society. Not all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Mother Lode Fair.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve one-time contribution of $7,500 to the Mother Lode Fair. Also subject to a update on their business plan on how they're going to operate their fairs.
Yeah, I'd second that.
Okay. And a motion is second. Any public comment?
I just want to clarify one thing about the motion. We're approving the $7,500. We're asking for them to come back to present their business plan.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Central Sierra Arts Alliance.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve a one-time allocation of $45,000 to the Central Sierra Arts Alliance.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Rutherford, second by Brennan. Any final comments? Comment from the public? I do have a comment from the public.
Connie O'Connor, Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance. I've heard Central Sierra Arts a lot today. That was who we were for 43 years, and I just wanted to remind everybody that we've changed our name. I also would like to say thank you to Supervisor Rutherford for his motion, and I think the $45,000 is very fair. I would also encourage you, when this meeting is over, you have some additional information in your packet. And maybe we can sit down all together going forward to the 2014-2015 budget and take a look at some other options that might be out there for us to do this on a more regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you. I might add that, we get used to names and it's hard to change them. We still call Miss Batista Miss Russell. I've even heard her do that.
On several occasions.
Guilty as accused. Okay. With that, All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Restore full funding for juvenile detention center. You want to continue that?
I'd like to defer it, yes.
Anybody? Okay. The new jail local match, defer that? Or you want to do it now? We haven't heard the proposal on the,
I'd like to defer that until we hear the jail proposal.
okay.
Will it be too late this afternoon?
Yeah, if we're going to package the materials up, we could, that would make a difference how we finalize the documents. We would just need more time after that.
That's okay. Let's hear it and.
Okay.
And we'll, if we can get that hearing this morning.
Well, if we can
It's
speed
a-
round this morning, we might be able to do
It's
it.
a nice round number. All you got to do is add a 1.
Okay. It's not that simple.
Okay. Let's go to, so we're going to continue the new jail item until after we hear on the, I forget which item that is. General plan update.
I'd make a motion to approve the $100,000 for the EIR prep for the general plan.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Royce. Any comment? Public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay, the CRA CAD software upgrade.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the software upgrade.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Royce. Any final comment? Comment from the public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Probation upgrade.
Mr. Chairman, it may be fair to have Mr. Richardson and give Ms. Arnold a chance just to speak to that, because we really didn't talk about that.
Okay.
Sure. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Probation recently went live on a new management system, and they are using the cloud. So the system is housed elsewhere. And right now, of course, with probation's flood, they're out of their facility. So they're on good internet a backbone at Tuolumne General Medical. But when they move back into their old facility, they'll be on their old internet, which is not as robust as what they're enjoying right now. Not that they cannot function on what they currently have, but preparing them for the future. We do have a phone upgrade, which is also coming, which will go to voice over IP. We're fearful that in the future they won't have sufficient bandwidth for both their management system and the phone upgrade. So when's the phone system going to come? It may come this fiscal year. It may come the beginning of next fiscal year. We're just trying to prepare for the future. This could wait, but it's something, trying to give them a good tool. I'll let her speak.
Ms. Arnold.
Good morning, Adele Arnold, Chief Probation Officer. I have to tell you, in the flood, as you always look at trying to be optimistic and find the horse at in the bottom of the pile of the you-know-what, we found it, and that was that we were in the cloud. Otherwise, I don't know that we would still have service, internet, and our computer service ability had we not switched to a web-based system. So it is slower. We are struggling through the inconveniences of being in the other building, but it is an opportunity to upgrade our servers and move us into the 21st century so we can increase our efficiency. So we would really appreciate that and be considered in terms of upgrading our system.
I have a question. Does this affect the ankle bracelet monitoring or anything like that?
That is all handled out at the Day Reporting Center right now, and again, increasing our ability and our speed. Daniel, I'm not sure that I can answer that. It is slower as far as the connection. One of the things we're doing to increase that is putting some boosters for cell phones out at the Day Reporting Center. That's being picked up in our 109 budget. But any speed increase to our access to the internet is going to help.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Royce, Rutherford.
Just a question, and it's really a question of timing. Since we're dealing with things that are exigent at the moment and deferring things that we can make a decision on later, I certainly want to give you all the tools. You're doing a great job with AB 109 implementation, and we want to give you all the tools. Is this something that we could defer for a few months without impacting you, or is it something that you need to have near term?
I would say that given all the needs and some of the other needs that we have, deferring a couple of months would be okay. I would like to keep that on the table and consider that discussion. very much.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm worried about you having your head in the clouds. Let me ask the same question of you, Mr. Richardson. What he said, deferring it a couple of months from your IT perspective?
Yeah, no, we can work with that. Just a note, if we were to go, via a certain vendor in town, it does take a couple of months once you make the decision to go with them for them to actually make the physical improvements. But yeah,
You can be our conscience.
we'll let you know as soon as we can get there, but it'll take some time.
Another question, is it timely, would it be timely in that you're doing renovations to do that type of work now? Would it be less costly as you're repairing that building, or?
It really doesn't matter when it comes to just fiber. There's just one fiber line they'd have to construct into it
Okay.
if there's not already a conduit available.
Okay.
Okay. So consensus to defer that one, but keep it on the list. Okay. Courthouse Park security cameras.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the courthouse security cameras for $20,000.
Second. Okay, motion by Brennan, second by Rutherford, I think. Any public comment on that? Oh, there is public comment.
Morning. George Sigarini, business owner in downtown Sonora, and I would encourage you to support this project. The businesses, not particularly mine because I'm down at the other end of town, but the businesses that are around the park have been suffering from some problems and issues with people in the park. I'm not sure that this is going to be the all-ending end to that problem, but certainly I think it would help at this point. And more than ever, we're going to need to support our tourism here in Tuolumne County. With all that's been going on, we've got to make us as accommodating as possible. We do that on a regular basis, but I think we're even going to put more effort into it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public want to comment on that item?
Jim Mealy, Sheriff. I just want to let you know that it's not an easy fix. Putting up cameras is not going to stop anything. It's going to make you feel good, and I'm just putting that there. As I've sat here, one of the things that we need to, and I support it. I'm not saying that I don't. I think it's a very good idea. We have cameras on our jail, and we need to do this. But as I sit and as I've listened, one of the things that we need to remember, or you need to understand, is that when this budget was put together, we lost 2 deputies, a dispatcher, a halftime clerk, that I found the money, thank you, that we found, and we came to you and said, we have a solution. And finally, a position of the rank of a sergeant. So there's some collateral, there's some damage here to that's coming from this budget, and I have sat and I did not get up and say anything about these other organizations coming and saying we would like to have this money. But just understand that there are departments that have cut positions, and I know you understand this, but I'm saying this for the public to understand and to realize that there have been positions that we have foregone so that these things can happen. And one of them is public safety. Would it be better for us? And that is a county park. It is not a city park. And so is it the responsibility of the city, or is it the responsibility of the county to make sure that safety is there? There's no doubt that the revenue goes from that park, because it is a beautiful landmark, to the city. And we do have a great partnership with them. But I just wanted to bring to the forefront that there was some other things that were taken away so that things can be mended and built on this budget. I do support the fact of the cameras, but I do want to make sure that you understand that it is not an easy solution just by putting up cameras.
Let me ask you a question, because I have had these questions about these cameras. That's the cost of the cameras. What about the cost of monitoring those cameras? I assume that you have to pick that up.
Well,
No, Supervisor?
What Supervisor Brennan is talking about is that the city is, from this conversation, is that the city is willing to take that
The
on.
city will be monitoring the cameras. They have had success in the other park down the street with cleaning that up. And I agree with what the sheriff has said, and it gets back to some of what Supervisors Rodeforth's comments were earlier, and we're going to take those up. But was, specifically to this item, when we had this conversation, Sheriff, and I was under the impression from you that patrolling the park per se was the responsibility of the city. And
I'm sorry. If I said that, I apologize. It is a cooperative, just like this building. If there's an incident that happens here, we're responsible to come and take care of that incident. So if I said that and that was your understanding, I misspoke. I apologize. It is a county park. If the city wants to enforce any ordinances, and maybe county council can chime in on this, it's a county ordinance. It's not a city ordinance.
I believe that's accurate, but honestly, I haven't looked at that issue, so I would need to.
We're talking generally, but I
Right,
think that's the
and
tone
again,
that I'm
we'll get
trying
back
to
to
say.
Mr. Segarini's comments about just some of the loitering and trying to have it be a nice place for our visitors to go and sit and buy lunch, have lunch in the park, and not and be sure that everybody is being well behaved.
Sure.
And that has huge implications for the downtown, and so I appreciate what you said as far as it being a joint, you work together on that, but I certainly think that the city takes the
The lead,
brunt, the
right.
lead on the patrol of that.
And it's not prudent for me to put a deputy
No,
there.
exactly.
So that is
When you
where the
have the entire
cooperation
county.
from the city comes from.
Correct.
So I do support this, but I did want to bring my comments to the forefront.
Supervisor Rutherford and Supervisor Royce.
I just want to say thank you for the sheriff's comments.
Supervisor Royce.
Just to clarify also, the stream from the video cameras would go straight to the PD's headquarters, right?
Correct.
Okay, we got it. Any further public comment? We have a motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll step down to Stryker Court. I don't see anything. We'll defer that one. How about the fiber extension library to IT office, $19,000?
I'd like to hear from Mr. Richardson on that one.
Last year, when Greenlee Road was fixed, when it was repaved and reconstructed, part of the Law and Justice Center construction that facilitated, we put in conduit in the ground. In this conduit, it's there for the purpose of putting fiber in it. We do know that the Central Valley Next Generation Broadband Project, that CVIN Scenic, you've seen them cutting fiber in the road. They have yet to put the fiber in. What this does is when they do put fiber in, we would contract with them to also put fiber in our line from the library to IT as a backup internet pipe for the county. The library, through this project, is going to get an amazing amount of bandwidth, more than anybody in the county has. If our county bandwidth went down for any reason, this could be a fail-safe mechanism for us.
So, is this imminent?
They said they're going to be live months ago, and they're not yet. So I don't know when they're going to put fiber.
So the glacier's coming.
It could. We're just anticipating it coming sometime this fiscal year.
But this could be deferred along with the other things.
It could be deferred because we don't know exactly when.
Okay. Keep that on the list, I guess, and we'll defer that one. The others two are as much as possible. We'll defer those. Have you got enough direction at this
Yeah,
point,
just-
Mr. Pedro?
I believe so. Just to recap, so $4,500 for the Historical Society, $7,500 for the fair, $45,000 for arts, $100,000 for the EIR, $7,000 for CAD, $20,000 for the cameras. That would be a total of $184,000. Take that away from the $1,361,000 and change, it'd leave you $1,177,631. And if I understand at least what Supervisor Rotifer was thinking is that would go into contingencies with $1 million of that earmarked.
I think we deferred the decision on earmarking how much for the jail until after the jail
After we hear the jail
Okay,
presentation.
well, that's where you stand right now. So what we would be doing, just for the documents, we'd be sitting there with that much in contingencies pending your discussion.
Mr. Chairman, a question for Mr. Pedro. On that set aside for the jail, I do agree that, we want to put as much money in contingency as possible. But in a sense, if we earmark that $1 million for the jail, could we not, if emergency arose, go and take that money to use it for something else?
Yes, you could. You could reverse all or a portion of the action if conditions dictated.
So, to put a good spin on our grant, it would seem logical to me to put the $1 million in there, knowing full well that we could go back and get it.
Yeah.
If we had to.
And let me be clear on the grant itself. That verbiage will not be in the grant. It would be a point made at the time of presentation.
Okay.
Of the grant.
All right. I strongly feel that we should put our best foot forward if we're going to try to get that money.
Okay, what I'll do then is I'm going to change the agenda again, and if we're done with this, I'd like to go to take item 8, so we can do that before lunch, and then we can deal with that issue right away, if that's agreeable. Does that work for you, Mr. Pedro?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're going to continue the rest of the budget till this afternoon after the 1:30 appointments, and we'll take item 8 now. You read that.
Consideration of approving a resolution authorizing the county administrator to submit SB 1022 Adult Criminal Justice Facility Construction Financing Program Grant.
You guys are welcome to come on up to the table. Mr. Chairman, we did not rehearse this. This is just a presentation. We gave you a presentation on October 1st that gave an overview, and that was done in the form of a PowerPoint. So what you have here today, is just a wrapped-up, condensed presentation of the same information. I'll just run through this, and again, you have your cast of experts assembling at the table. That we do have opportunity to submit a SB 1022 grant that would we potentially be eligible up to $20 million, and there's a deadline for that of October 24th. So you do have this entire package. The first part of the package is a needs assessment that was prepared by a consultant that looked at our jail. That's attachment A of your document. It's showing that while we have an effective bed capacity of 140 beds today, it's showing that we have a need for 269 today. So it's too small. Our current jail is too small to meet the demands for beds. Just in summary, I'll just hit the high points. That it's concluding that it's inefficiently laid out, making it staff intensive to safely operate. This is the existing jail. Lacks adequate space for housing inmates according to a classification system. Lacks adequate program space to best serve the inmate population, and that's a key point of SB 1022, is the program space. Requires costly, inefficient interaction with the rest of the justice system, and it's becoming harder and more expensive to maintain given its age. And just remind the board of the $600,000 that we just put aside, to just deal with plumbing and infrastructure kinds of things. The facility programming document was worked on again by our consultants with primarily the Sheriff's Department, Mo Frank from my office. The program calls for looking at the needs that exist in the jail or for the jail today. The program calls for a new jail with an initial size of 49,209 square feet, and that's 198 beds in total. And just to note that the site still would allow for additional expansion at some point in the future of up to between 80 to 120 additional beds. And as I think it was Supervisor Brennan pointed out, emphasized for us, is I think the staff's done a great job in reducing the size of this over the years. At one point with Phase 1 of AB 900, we had a building of just over 93,000 square foot. And then for the Phase 2 grant, it was shrunk down to about 78,000 square foot. And now we're coming with a proposal of a little over 49,000 square feet. And that's not to say that includes everything that the sheriff feels that he needs, but that's something that could meet at least today's immediate needs to replace that old jail and with the population that they have today and add the program space. The project cost, again, in summary, is $35.8 million. That's the hard cost that it would take to build the new jail. If we got the $20 million on page 3 of the memo, $20 million, if we were successful in getting that, that'd leave $15.8 million. That would be a county share of cost. How would we come up with that? As pointed out, you could look at ways to further reduce the project's cost during design. And I just, again, point out, make sure people know, while we have a site that's been identified, we have an architectural program that defines what needs to go into this facility, and at least in, the size of it initially. We have a cost estimate that's been done. The building itself has not been designed, not yet. So there's a lot to be still accomplished in the design, and perhaps that would be a goal to try and reduce the cost as we went into that phase. I mentioned in here which was the subject we were just talking about, is setting aside one-time and ongoing general fund dollars over the next 3 to 4 years, because no matter what color of money, we are going to have a match. The state is not going to fund 100% of a new jail, regardless of whether it's AB 900, 1022, some combination. There will be a county match, and we have, while we have bought the property, put in the infrastructure to serve it, we have not put money aside specifically for the jail to actually build it. So it's something we need to do, and we need to start sooner rather than later. As far as how do we get that share of cost down, if we do, we can pursue AB 900 grant funds. We talked about this last time. Since we discussed this, SB 365 was passed, signed by the governor, and they are going to be moving $80 million from the AB 900 Phase 1 to AB 900 Phase 2. The legislation does not appear to say that it has to, it was coming from a larger mid-sized county, has to be used for a larger mid-sized county, but that's definitely how at least the staff of the Board of State Community Corrections is looking at it. But that's not a done deal. They will be meeting, the board will be meeting on November 14, and this will be a subject on that agenda. And again, I don't have the time yet, but they typically, I think, believe in meet in the afternoons, but it will be on November 14. If we were successful in convincing them to use some of that money for small counties, we'd be the first in line. And potentially, if they put enough money in it, we could go for a maximum grant of $33 million rather than the 20 through SB 1022. That would reduce our share of cost from 15.8 to 2.8 million, roughly. So, or we can also look at some combination of the two between AB 900 and SB 1022. That gets more complicated, but it's something we can certainly look at. That's a real important thing. If your board really would try to want to get that state money and get it soon, that is our best shot. And I don't know how realistic a shot it is, because there's a lot of momentum built up to put this towards the bigger counties. But this is your shot, and now's the time to exercise it. If that didn't work, another way is, then we'd have to come up with that share of cost. We'd need to explore borrowing alternatives, and I mentioned both general obligation bonds that would go to the voters, and there would be a tax assessment that would go with that if the voters so chose to do that. That's one option. The other option is if we did not want to go in that direction. Mentioned before, we could use certificates of participation, where we go out and secure borrowing, relying on our existing revenue streams. And as I mentioned earlier this month, the borrowing cost on that, depending upon how much one-time money we could set aside. Say if we borrowed $10 million, that means we could set aside or reduce the cost of the project by 6, and we had to borrow 10, that'd be $825,000-ish a year in debt service. If we had to borrow the whole amount of just round numbers of $16 million, that'd be $1.3 million in debt service. and that would be coming out of your existing budget. On this point, certainly, I know everyone here would agree, let's go after the AB 900, but I think this is something, this matter of borrowing alternatives is something that should be referred to the, Finance Committee, and let the committee look at it, bring it back to this board, February timeframe. That's about the time you'll know if we're going to be offered an SB 1022 grant. Your annual operating cost for the new jail, mentioned at the last meeting, would be approximately $600,000, and that's primarily for food and medical, costs. There's other costs involved with that, but be approximately $600,000 a year. That alone wouldn't be so difficult to build into our slow-growing budget. But then in the middle of page 5, if you put the debt service and that operating cost increase together, you're looking at potentially, if we can't get AB 900 funding or, say, a general obligation bond, and we had to take on the operational cost and borrow to come up with our local share, the cost would range anywhere between $1.4 to $1.9 million a year, and that would be a tough pill to swallow in our existing budget. You could do it. You just need to make some very difficult decisions, and we'd probably be pruning other services in order to do that. So that leads you to the grant application, and that's really the decision that's before your board today. The reasons to proceed in approving the resolution that authorizes the submission of the grant is that the need for the new jail has been clearly demonstrated, that not seeking state assistance in the form of a grant would put 100% of the funding responsibility for a new jail on the county and its residents. And thirdly, submission of the grant alone does not tie the county's hands to accept the award offer and commit to the one-time and ongoing costs and funding options that I just went through. That would be a decision the board could make at a later time. I will mention that on the grant application, I've taken the work, again, prepared by the team. It's already been presented to the BSCC staff, and the comments that are coming back are typographical, errors, essentially. So the work has been it's been well done by the team. There'll be some adjustments made to what's in this packet, right now based on those comments, because their goal, the BSCC staff's goal, is to try and help us make the application as strong as it can be. So we'd incorporate those comments. So the resolution, there's a number of things that are contained in that resolution. Well, I can't summarize this stuff. It's you acknowledge the completed and certified environmental impact report was done on the property. It states our goal of seeking funding preference points. It assures the state that our county cash contributions are legal and authorized. That, frankly, is going to be defined, but anything that we do, that of course, we're only going to do something that's legal and authorized. The pledges that our cash contribution funds and project are not and will not be mortgaged and pledged, meaning we can't double leverage a building that is the subject to the borrowing here. It authorizes staff to proceed with the project if state financing is awarded. Of course, anything that happens, we're going to be back talking to your board before anything else moves forward. And it designates myself, Maureen Frank, and Deborah Batista as a project administration team. Ensures the county adheres to state requirements in terms of the funding agreement. Certifies the county will not lease out beds for a period of 10 years beyond completion date of the construction, and ensures the county has control of the proposed construction site. And in the agreement, it talked about the board is approving the form of several agreements that are related to the financing and our use of the facility. I asked County Council to take a look at those. These are kinds of agreements we've seen from the state before. I'll let her comment on her review. Maybe I'll just pause.
Sure. Well, I'll just be brief. I spent a great deal of time Sunday reviewing them because they're rather large documents. And there are things, had we had the opportunity to make some modifications, like indemnification provisions, that I would like changed. However, I understand that that's not really an option. I didn't see anything that, alarmed me to the extent that I would advise the board to not approve them as to form.
Okay. And then there is a time frame calendar that's provided in the memo. I think the keys is in February, if we do this, authorize this, we get the grant in on time, you'll know whether or not you have a tentative award in February, and you'll still have time to have finite discussions on how you want to finance it, because that'll be critical to whether or not you ultimately accept a grant if and when extended. The only thing that's a little curveball on this is if we are successful with the AB 900 funding, that'll be its own separate path. That's a separate grant program. But I think you know the themes of that if we're successful. And there could be, if we are successful and say we don't get all the money that we'd hope for under AB 900, there may be some kind of a melding then between a 1022 application and an AB 900 application. That depends on if we can get any traction on November, if indeed your board does want to talk to the BSCC board on that date. So again, the recommendation, though, is that your board go ahead and approve the resolution authorizing the signing and submission of the 1022 grant application. And I'll stop, and you have your team of experts at the table.
Do they want to add anything before we? You want to add anything? Okay. Questions from the board?
A couple of things. First of all, it's been a long road. I just want to say thanks to the team, the three people sitting at a table, also the people that aren't sitting here, Mo and some of the other people that have been working this very, very hard, as a lot of us have. This is a very important thing for our county. We need to succeed here. I think we've done a great job putting this together, and again, thanks to you. I want to be very clear, though, with the people of the county that we have gotten from where we started, which was a much larger dollar figure, down to where we are now by doing some very good efficiencies, but also cutting out some very important functionality, long-term functionality that we would like to have in the jail. So this is only step one, okay, in my mind, because we're going to want, this is what we end up building, whether it's AB 900 or 1020, SB 1022, or a combination of them. It's only an initial step to get us a new jail facility. It is not going to meet our long-term needs in terms of capacity. Again, there is some functionality that we would like to have internal to that jail that we're accepting the fact that we're going to have it external. So I don't want anybody to think that if we get SB 1022 that we're going to abandon going after AB 900 money, or if we get AB 900, we're going to abandon going after SB 1022. We really need both of them, okay, to do the job right at any kind of an affordability index for our county. So I just want everybody to know that this is not one or the other, and even if we get both, it's not the end of the game here. This is a long-term project to get where we need to be with our jail. And again, like I said, kudos to everybody. I think the project, the proposal is very well written, and I'll be ready to support it when the time comes.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, I would agree with Supervisor Rutherford's assessment there. 4 years ago, we were looking at $80 million. Now we're down at 37, but I feel strongly it doesn't fulfill all the needs. I do know that we talked about using the cooking facilities in the jail to be used with the juvenile detention center. I don't know how that's addressed in here, but I know it could be a problem. So it's not the end of the story. I think we're going to really have to do something else, but this will get us started. It'll get us on an efficient path if we can get the money. So I'm totally in support of it.
Supervisor Royce?
Sure. I would agree with that and also commend everybody that's worked hard to get this thing put together. On a negative note, unfortunately, I do want to address the possibility of a general obligation bond. And I just want to state, I've said this before in the past, and I'll say it again, in no way, shape, or form will I support a general obligation bond. It requires a 2/3 vote, and I think we're absolutely naive to think that that's the way we're going to pay for it. I think it's an inconvenience to the public who's already been hit in so many ways, especially in California. And I think that personally, I would want to direct our staff and also tell the public that I think we need to figure out a way if we're going to have to cover the portion that's not included in this grant application by either borrowing and paying for debt service out of our own funds that we currently have, or continue to do what we've been doing and play with the scope based on what we have. But not only would I not support it, but I think we're naive to think that it would have a chance of getting a 2/3 vote. So you may disagree with me, but something that seriously needs to be looked at. And that's it.
Supervisor
I was
Brennan?
wondering, Sheriff, did you have a comment earlier?
I can wait.
Okay. So I would just echo the comments in particular about all of the effort that's gone into getting this to a place that hopefully we can really see some results and get a jail built out there. I am hopeful that, and correct me if I'm wrong, will we know if AB 900 and SB 1022, what is the timeline on if we will know if those two can meld together?
I think it'll be important at that November meeting, as I understand it, is whether or not they would make it available for small counties. And that's the 80 million that's being moved over. If they say no, it's going to go for the large and mid-size, then that cycle will be done. However, I mentioned at the last meeting, there's still one other small county, and the Sheriff already mentioned it. I was trying to not mention the name, but it was Amador County. They received a $22.7 million Phase 1, AB 900 Phase 1 grant. It's to be seen whether they can move forward or not. I think it's questionable whether they can, but only time's going to tell. If they don't move forward with it, we would need and go after legislation, just like SB 365, to move that money over to AB 900 Phase 2. And then, of course, we'd want it only available for small counties, and guess who would be in line to get it? That'd be us. So if not AB 900, the 80 million that's been brought over now, we could try to get that later on. Timing can be critical, though. I don't want to bog down the discussion here, but it may be that we're having to move forward with this thing, and we may not know in a timely manner to where we have to move forward before we know the outcome of that Amador money.
Well, I'm prepared to fully support moving forward with SB 1022.
Yeah, I'll make a comment, and then I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Sheriff. First of all, I do want to thank the team for doing what they've done. A tremendous amount of effort, and rimfire got in the way, I know that, and we still are ready to do this. For the public, this is a matter of public safety. We're in a catch and release program, and it's only going to get worse. I just told you that I saw the note that we're going to have more prisoners released. Supreme Court won't hear the governor's appeal, and we're going to get our share. The comment has often been made, the only thing worse than being in our jail is working in our jail. And that's a serious problem. We just spent, or authorized spending, an enormous amount of money. The number I remember is 600,000, something like that. 200,000, which is to move prisoners out of the jail so we could repair the jail and then bring them back. This is crazy. We're dumping money down a giant hole, a black hole, where we don't ever get it back. We're investing money in a losing cause. We have to do something. And it's not just public safety, it's the safety of our officers that work in the jail. I'm very concerned about that. And so we have to support this. This is the first step.
Go ahead. I have one question.
This is the first step in a long process, and we have to do everything we can. We cannot miss an opportunity to try to solve this problem. And I am optimistic we will be successful. I believe the state understands our plight. I believe we have the worst jail conditions in the state. Probably shouldn't say that, but truth is truth. It's kind of hard to hide. So we need to support this. I encourage the public to support us. In doing this, we have to solve this problem. It's just simple as that. And I do want to say special thanks to our jail commander and our sheriff for participating in this at the level they have. I know they've committed a lot of time to this, as well as the sheriff, of course, but the two of them have made a difference in going forward. I know with your help, we will be successful, so I just want to say thank you to that. And you have something you want to add?
And if you could address, if you have a sense of what the number is on, we're talking about obligating some money towards the jail effort. If you have some sense from the folks that you talk to, is that number $750,500 or is $1 million the number?
Jamili, Sheriff. I think Mr. Pedro answered it correctly in the sense that the color of money is the color of money. And whatever you put forward showing the level of your commitment is just going to speak volumes. I think what speaks volumes more than that money is that jail. When you have state representatives coming into the county of Tuolumne and saying this is one of the worst jails that we have ever been in, as of less than 24 hours ago, we had a state official coming in, and they all talk about, gee, Fresno is this, and all these other counties, they're terrible. This county ranks right up there. It's a team partnership that we have, and I'm going a little bit longer on your question. I can't. I have to thank Chief Probation Arnold for her connection with the state. There are doors that are being opened because of her, and she needs to get that credit. Yes, the sheriff is sitting at the table, and people will say, boy, the sheriff, you did a great job. But without my partner, Odell, with the undersheriff, the jail commander, Tammy McKay, both these people to my right, they've been in their positions less than a year. And in some regards, it's only been less than 6 months. And so they've been able to tackle this huge problem and huge effort, and have done an outstanding job, along with Mr. Pedro's office. So, kudos go to them. But I can't stress enough that we are going, doors are being opened along with your contacts that you have done at CSAC, and it's a complete team effort. And so I'll leave that comment at that point, but Mr. Chair, I do have some other comments that I would like to address, but.
Please, go ahead.
Some of the things, we're talking about the 10,000 inmates. We need to understand that it's not 10,000 inmates that are going to be released. It's more along the lines of 20,000 inmates, because we have inmates right now that are out of the state of California, and they're going to be bringing those inmates back. So the reality is that it's not 10,000. You need to understand that it's more along the lines of 20,000 inmates. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, in regards to the AB 900, Mr. Pedro brought up a very good point the other day, and I brought it to our state representative from the State Boards of Correction, is our preferential points, or our points, are higher than some of the other larger counties. They broke it into medium and large, and that was one pot of money, and then they had small counties. When I brought that comment, she says, well, you need to understand that now we're mixing apples and oranges. So the likelihood of bringing AB 900 money and cutting that $800 million that's up there with the larger county, it's probably not going to happen. The more likely is exactly what they've done with the larger counties, is if you're not going to use it, then let somebody else use it. So we have some money that is out there by some of our smaller counties that are not using it. They're not ready to go forward, and the state is wanting counties to start moving forward. So I think that you'll probably see that type of pressure and the money get released in our own small county network. I want to stress, and I appreciate the comments from Supervisor Rodefer and others about that this is just the beginning. We can't really look at 900 and say, oh, we'll take 900 money, or 1022, we'll take 1022 money, or we have to look at is if the money is there, we're going to take it all. And I think that that's where we've made some mistakes in the past, is that we said, well, it doesn't fit our needs. Let's grab it, let's take it, and let's move forward on it, and let the state make us have to give it back. Because it's easier to say, when you were a kid, possession was 9/10 of the rule. I'm free on base here. Well, no, that argument back and forth. I'd rather have possession of the money. It's better to have it in possession. As far as I think that was all. Those are all the only points that I wanted to bring up. But thank you.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What color is the color of money?
It
Red, black, or green?
It really doesn't matter.
Thank you. Okay.
At the risk of getting arrested, I want to just correct the sheriff on one point. If we get the money, we're not giving it back. We're going to use it to build a jail.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that. Okay, any other comments? Let's hear from the public. Any comments from the public? Okay, I'll come back, Chair, to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I very enthusiastically move that we approve the SB 1022 grant application as presented by the staff.
And the resolution. And the resolution.
And the accompanying resolution, the chair to sign.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Roder for a second by Supervisor Royce. Any final comments? Any final comments from the team? Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We're going to recess since it's noon. We're going to recess until 1:30.
Did we want to address the
we got to do the one
set-aside?
thing. Sorry about that. Okay, we're going to address the one item on the budget. Supervisor Rodefer, you got your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we earmark, understanding that it's reversible, but we earmark $1 million to be held in reserve for a county match for the jail's construction project.
Second.
I got 2 seconds on that. I got a motion by, I got a third second?
Not, well, I have a question.
I got a motion by Supervisor Rodefer and a second from your choice. We'll give it to Supervisor Brennan. And Supervisor Royce, comment?
Well, for the most part, that would exhaust our available funds. And there's some other items on there. Are we saying no to all of those items, including like the juvenile? What's the plan for that stuff? Does that say cancel those things, or?
No, it says we've only got, I forget what the number is.
177,631.
I think
This is still, a million's an arbitrary number. We may want to consider some of those other things before you just commit the $1 million.
Didn't we decide that we would come back in a few, at the quarterly review of the budget?
Yes.
And look
In
at those
February?
things again, and then decide whether you want to
We'll also know
pull that
whether
money
there's
from
any
the-
more or
Does that
less
leave us
money.
time for those other? That's fine then.
Okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just clarification, so earmarks have me one of two things. Either we show it as a transfer out to the capital fund in that line item for a jail, knowing that it could be brought back if, something happened, or we leave it in contingencies and just verbally call it an earmark. It's clear if we transfer it, but I just need direction. What does earmark mean?
I would propose, my motion would be to transfer it into the capital fund, knowing that we can pull it back out.
Second, agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so,
And that takes a 4/5 to get it back out?
No. Well, yes.
okay,
Just to clarify.
okay. Okay, final comments from the public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. We now will recess at noon and return at 1:30 to hear our 1:30 appointments.
Oops.
Larry. And who? And who else? Okay. Yeah. I was going to do something else, but that's all right. I'll do that. Hey, we were prompt at 9 o'clock twice today. That works. I know. I heard it. Well, we have Supervisor Road. It is 1:30 in Tuolumne County. It's time to resume the Board of Supervisors meeting on October 15th. And so we'll call ourselves back to order, and we'll take our 1:30 appointment first. Then I intend to move to item 9, then to item 5, and we will proceed from there. But would you read our 1:30 appointment, please?
Consideration of approving a monument sign plan for the proposed Dollar General store.
Ms. Shane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. On August 21st of this year, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission approved Site Development Permit 13-001 to authorize the construction of a 9,100 square foot commercial building in Jamestown. The building's proposed to house a Dollar General store. The project site is 3.9 acres in area and is Zone C1D, General Commercial Design Review, combining an open space along Woods Creek. The site is located along Highway 108 between the Day-O Coffee Kiosk and the Rawhide Saloon. Property owner is James A. Oliver and the Oliver 2000 Revocable Trust. In reviewing this project, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission did approve it, but made modifications to 2 conditions. They amended Condition 11 to require that a detailed landscape plan be submitted to the Commission for review and approval. They also added Condition 11A, which would require that a sign plan for the monument sign in front of the building also be submitted to the Commission for its review. The Condition 11A also stated that the Commission requested that the lighting of that monument sign be external lighting rather than interior lighting to the extent feasible. The applicant submitted the plans, and they were considered by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission at its meeting on September 18th. The Commission approved the landscape plan and also approved the monument sign. The sign, which is shown on page 6 of your agenda package, is 8 feet in height, has a concrete base that will match the concrete on the building, and the sign itself will have black letters on a yellow background, which is the standard logo for the Dollar General stores. The Commission again approved the sign, but added a condition of approval, and that was that the lighting for the sign not be internal, which was proposed by Dollar General, but instead be an exterior floodlight or a light on the top of the sign. The applicant appealed the decision of the Planning Commission on September 25th. So before you today is an appeal of the decision about the sign plan, not the landscape plan, because this was not an appeal of the site development permit itself. It does not reopen that issue. This is only to consider the monument sign plan today. This project, as I said, is located within the design review area. Under your new design review regulations, you must, if you wish to approve the sign plan, make a finding that it is consistent with the Jamestown Design Guide. This is part of a discretionary entitlement, so that's why it triggers the design review requirement. You will note on page 27 of the Jamestown Design Guide, which is included in your package, that external lighting for signs is allowed. And what it actually says is plastic, interior lighted, and neon open signs may be allowed along the highway. So the Jamestown Planning Commission, in preparing these guidelines a number of years ago, made a distinction between the historic district of Jamestown and along the highway. and found that there was a difference because people tend to go a little faster along the highway, and that there was already a trend along the highway to have brighter signage. So your board can consider today whether or not you want to uphold the appeal and approve the plan submitted by the applicant, which would have the interior lighting, and that would be recommendation number 1 on those findings. Or if you wish to support the action of the Tuolumne County Plan Commission, we have given you findings under recommendation number 2. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Okay, any questions of Ms. Shane?
Can you illuminate for us?
Illuminate.
Internal lighting, please. No, I'm sorry, external only. But no, could you illuminate for us the rationale that the Planning Commission used to make their exceptions to the proposal?
The Planning Commission expressed, again, support for the overall design for the sign, but felt that because it is the historic community of Jamestown, that a floodlight or exterior light would be more appropriate than the interior lighting that Dollar General prefers to use.
Even though there's at least 3 and possibly 4 or 5 internally lit signs along that highway between the 2 entrances to Jamestown?
Yes, that was brought up, and they said that they need to start somewhere to, again, recognize the unique character of Jamestown.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, for now, let's open it to public comment. Any members of the public like to speak on this subject? Either way. I think this is not officially a public hearing, is that right?
That is correct. Yes, you can speak.
Please.
It. It is not a public hearing because this is not an appeal of site development permit. It's only an appeal of the Commission's decision on this particular condition.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Amy Stieg, and I'm with Evergreen Devco, representing Dollar General as the developer of their project. I'm here to, as was said, appeal the Planning Commission's decision regarding the lighting of the Dollar General sign. I'm sure that you are aware that very visible signage that shows the store logo clearly is very important for any retailer. And this importance is magnified along a highway where cars are moving quickly and you have conflicting lights. And it might be the difference between having customers stop or drive right by, which is why it's so important to Dollar General. And I'm sure as you've seen driving through that area, as you brought up, that both the Harley-Davidson store right across the street and the gas station just north of the site have 16-foot internally lit signs that allow their corporate character to be well recognized, even along the highway and after dark. Dollar General has already agreed to reduce their proposed sign height to 8 feet at the county's request, as opposed to 16 feet, and they request that they would be allowed to have their internally lit sign along the highway. I think that a relevant comment to this question is that the Dollar General property is not within the Historic Design Preservation District, which is a even more restrictive district. That is along the central Main Street of Jamestown. But in the in the Jamestown Community Plan, some guidelines for signage within that Historic Design Preservation District is specified. And I read from the Jamestown Community Plan, Section 14A-E, about signage. In Section 4B, it says that plastic signs, electronic signs, and interior lighted signs shall be limited within the Historic Design Preservation District as follows. And in Section B, it says, on parcels fronting State Highway 49-108, plastic and interior lighted signs shall be permitted when oriented toward the highway. So even in the more restrictive district, the Jamestown Community Guidelines specifically state that an internally lit sign should be allowed. This is obviously not Main Street where people are able to see the signs as they stroll along. Internal lighting, I think, is very important, and I would request that you consider to provide the same standard of consideration for internally lit sign as to the other developments that are the neighbors along that corridor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. But before you leave, any questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the public wish to speak? Whoops. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you raise your hand?
No, I'm fine. No
Oh.
questions. Just comments whenever you're ready.
I missed it.
Sorry, John.
Thank you, but, okay.
Jumping the gun.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sharon Maravich. I'm representing the Tuolumne Heritage Committee. For 8 months, beginning in February of this year, the Tuolumne Heritage Committee has responded to requests for comments from the Planning Department regarding the Dollar General project. We also attended 2 public hearings. To date, we are very pleased that the corporation, which has over 8,000 stores in the United States, has agreed to certain design modifications that make the 9,600 square foot building and adjacent parking lot fit in better with the Jamestown community. Frankly, we've come a long way from the corporate box with a 19-foot tall pole sign that the company proposed to build on Highway 49, which is a heritage corridor and connects most of California's gold rush towns. That the company was willing to make some adjustments to its standard design is exactly what the general plan states, specifically in the Jamestown Community Plan. Encourage all new development in the design review and historic design preservation district and along Highway 108-49 corridor to be designed in a manner that is compatible with Jamestown's historic theme. We believe this applies to signage. Increasingly, more large chain stores are moving into our area and proposing their standard buildings and signage. For Tuolumne County to protect its economic base, continue to be a rural area surrounded by great natural beauty, and to keep its unique identity, large corporations must rethink their buildings and signage. So we're pleased to support the Planning Commission on this one to a certain extent. Backlit plastic signs are not compatible with today's idea of historic communities and their surroundings. And I'd like to emphasize surroundings. If all you care about is the main street of our historic communities, then those communities are going to dissolve into architectural petting zoos and will be surrounded by the garish modern signs and structures that we see in other communities. So please keep in mind that the main streets of these towns are not the only thing worth protecting. Elsewhere, franchise businesses and chain stores change their designs to fit in with the local character of the surrounding community. Corporate managers realize this and are willing and able to be flexible. I think you've all been to communities where the golden arches are not visible in any large extent, but rather the community has insisted that they be modified and be more in keeping with what that community is all about. The Tuolumne Heritage Committee views the sign as not in keeping with its surroundings, even though there are other backlit, internally lit plastic signs. We know that. We've seen them. And the fact that the Planning Commission was willing to say no more, that's good. Plastic signs are not mandated. They are apparently optional. And so white plastic with accompanying colors of black and yellow, and I'll show it to you in all its glory. That's it. Combined with internal illumination just doesn't fit. We have suggested a wooden sign of the same dimension, perhaps an off-white background, Dollar General lettering, and a nice old-fashioned border, even black, and also floodlights on the outside, more in keeping with what Harley-Davidson did across the street. They have a backlit or internally lit sign, and you really have to get up close to it and to take a good look at it to see, because it fits in so well. We're just asking that this thing fit in. We are aware of the backlit sign at the Harley-Davidson, and we're grateful that that company, which is very large, wanted to make a good impression in Jamestown. We've come a long way in the design of this store, and it would be a shame to let the company's corporate managers dictate that an inappropriate sign be there. After all, the sign is not the only store identification. I think it's at least one, but I think it's two large Dollar General signs are on the store's canopies. They will be hard to miss. Getting cars off the highway and into the store's parking lot can be accomplished just as well with a sign that fits into Jamestown's historic ambience as one that is a modern style, more adapted to a strip mall. That concludes my remarks.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Anybody else in the public like to speak? Okay, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I appreciate the feelings on both sides. I've actually driven that road several times in the last 3 or 4 days in daylight and at night. Quite frankly, the sign, the internally lit sign, is not optional. As Ms. Maravich said, it's permitted in our design guidelines. So what we're being asked to do, if we uphold the Planning Commission's findings, is really to override our own design guidelines that are published. And given the competitive nature of business and other things, I don't know why we would single out Dollar General in this situation. I'm very concerned about maintaining, preserving the historical nature of our communities, and Jamestown in particular, since it's in my district. But I just, the highway is a distinctly different atmosphere than Main Street of Jamestown. And I think the precedent is already out there on the highway. Clearly, there's at least 3, and there may be as many as 5 internally lit signs between the 2 entrances to Jamestown on 108. I don't know. I need to have a better reason than has been presented to say that you can't have an internally lit sign. Our own guidelines permit it. So that's me.
Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, I would agree with what Supervisor Rotifer said. I appreciate your comments, and I understand your concern, and I, too, want to value our historical character, but you're talking about a piece of property in between the Whistle Stop and the Rawhide, and it's off the highway. I'm embarrassed that our board has to look at this, that the Planning Commission made that ruling. It's not 1848 anymore. We have a future as well as a history, and we have to be concerned with both of those things. And the sign that's being proposed is not unreasonable. I think they've taken into consideration a lot of comments and are making it something that isn't obtrusive beyond what's already there. And so I would simply make that case.
Supervisor Gray.
I think that, if I was the developer looking at what I had to do to put this project in, and I looked at the guidelines that we had established, and it said that I could have a backlit sign, and I proceeded with that process, and for us to come back at this late date and say you can't do it when our documents, as Supervisor Rotifer presented, says you can. So I think this is the wrong time to say no to a backlit sign on that piece of property. Our guidelines say that we can have them, so.
Anything on that? Okay, I guess I share the same thing. This is 108 where we already have this existing. It seems to me like it's singling them out and being unfair about it. 108 is a different environment. I share that comment than Main Street. So I'm having a little problem with that. We're not going back and putting gas lights up, so I think we need to support the right thing and be fair. So if the Chair would entertain a motion.
Yeah, since it's in my district, I'll stick my neck out. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the appeal and the monument sign plan as requested by the applicant with the following findings, A and B.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Broder for a second by Supervisor Royce. Any final comments from the board? Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I have a request, and I'd like to honor that so some of our valuable employees can get back to doing important things. I'd like to go to item 9, please.
Consideration of adopting a resolution delegating the authority to the Behavioral Health Director to authorize behavioral health staff to take into custody persons with mental disorders.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for taking this item. Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. Along with me today is Rita Austin, our Director of Behavioral Health. The sections just articulated by our board clerk authorize the county to designate professionals who may take persons into custody as a result of a mental disorder by where the person is either a danger to themselves, others, or is gravely disabled. While reviewing the county's 5150 Evaluation and Response Multi-Agency Agreement, County Council recommended that your board take action to delegate authority to the Behavioral Health Director to designate who may take persons into custody because of a mental disorder as previously described. The resolution clearly outlines staffing and training requirements that would be applied to those that would be taking care of this type of duty. Specifically, we are looking at authorizing staff that work in behavioral health that are either licensed or licensed eligible, are contractors to behavioral health that are licensed, and or other staff that the Behavioral Health Director deems appropriate. Now, I understand there may be some questions on what other staff might mean in this situation. For this piece of it, we are looking at only designating staff that are formally educated. They either have a bachelor's degree or a master's degree that may not be essentially on a track towards license or license eligible with the state of California. And those folks would have to undergo a training regimen as provided by the Director of Behavioral Health and perform at a certain level with the skill sets being able to be applied to do a 5150 assessment. There is no proposed, this proposal will have no budget impact. So it's our recommendation that the board adopt the resolution delegating authority to the Behavioral Health Director to authorize behavioral health staff to take into custody persons with mental disorders pursuant to Sections 5150 and 5585.50 of the California Welfare and Institutions Code. We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, before I open it to questions, what happens now?
That was my question.
I'll let Rita respond to that.
Good afternoon, Rita Austin, Director of Behavioral Health Department. Currently, this has been functioning as indicated in this board memo. I believe that because during the transition, we previously had a designated facility in this county with Tuolumne General Hospital, which is a long-standing. So with the designation, we really did not require that. It was a direct admission into a designated facility. For counties over time that never had, many small counties or most small counties did not have any sort of designated facility. So this particular proposal and authorization was probably taken care of in the late 60s and early 70s. During our transition here, we automatically shifted into with the model that other counties have operated under, whereby the mental health director actually provides that designation of staffing.
Okay, Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, this is important that we're able to do this. I understand that. But I do have a question, and I think it's of county council, with respect to liability on people that might be designated to do that are not licensed.
Right, there actually has been some case law that Chris Schmidt in our office looked at, and the issue in terms of liability is more the board actually making this designation and then ensuring that the people who are doing it have been trained. So it's not necessarily that they have to have a license, but your board must make the designation, and then they must undergo the training that is going to be provided by behavioral health.
Okay, so just to clarify, nobody would be designated that had not been through training.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, come back to the board for a motion.
I'm
question?
sorry, I'm not, I'm having trouble shaping my question here. Hi. Currently, how many times a year do you see people being placed with, what is the term here? It's involuntary placement?
Supervisor, for fiscal year 12-13, behavioral health responded to 634 requests for 5150 evaluations. Of that 634, 217 required in-placement psychiatric hospitalization.
So, couple a day. And how many people, by taking this action, would be approved to make that determination? How many individuals on our staff would have that authority?
There wouldn't be any change in our current staffing, as I have 7 staff who regularly perform 5150s.
The evaluations?
I'm sorry, yes, the 5150 evaluations, which is an application for admission. I have...
Is that like a standard form, or what process takes place?
It is a state-regulated form that is consistent. It's used by law enforcement, and it is used by all departments. I have 14 staff who are actually trained to perform this duty, but I prefer, the way we are assigned currently, 7 of them are actually providing the service.
7 are doing that? And by taking this action, how many will be?
I don't necessarily think, Supervisor, by taking this action, it's going to change anything that we've already been implementing.
It's just going to authorize it, so it's creating that's all it is?
It's going to memorialize the board has taken action pursuant to the code sections identified, delegating authority to the behavioral health director to do what she's already been doing.
Okay. That helps a lot. And then just the last question regarding this, just because anytime you're committing somebody against their will, I just really want to think through it. Do you ever have, is there a process to protest that? What happens if somebody is, just really upset and they go through that process, but...
I can speak to that. There is a process. So when someone is placed on an involuntary hold, they have access to an attorney to do what's called a writ of habeas. And when we had the psych unit in our county, we actually had hearings pretty frequently at those units. And then depending on how long they're going to be held, there's time frames when they also can file other types of documents. There's also medication hearings where they refuse to take their medications, called a Reese hearing, and they get an attorney and they get represented. So there's a lot of due process for these people. And again, when we had our hospital, our office routinely handled those matters.
Good. Thank you. That helps. I was imagining, like the
Okay.
one flew over the cuckoo's nest type stuff. So.
Okay, with that question, the chair would entertain a motion.
I'll move on the recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Royce, second by Gray. Any final comments or questions from the board? Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move to item 5, please.
Mr. Chair, due to government Code 87-100. I need to recuse myself because I participate, alone with the CDBG revolving loan fund for my business. So even though this doesn't apply to that specifically, I want to be consistent.
Okay.
Okay, I'll read it. Consideration of approving a selection of projects for the 2014 Community Development Block Grant application.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm just going to serve this up for Terry. But at your last meeting, we talked about the projects that have been submitted and evaluated by a rating team, and your board kind of got down to a short list of things that you wanted to try and address with a concern about another, but those areas of priority were TUD's proposal, the Tuolumne Sanitary District's Technical Assistance Grant, money for food bank, money for the housing stabilization, and if there was a way to do something for Meals on Wheels as well, that was kind of the task. And we were trying to figure this out on the fly at the last meeting, said why don't we come back with some alternatives for your board to consider to try and address those various needs and just give you guys some alternatives to act upon, and that's what we've done. And with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Terry, who's the guru of CDBG.
Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. You all will remember that when we brought this before you in September, we had the most response we have ever gotten in our request for projects for CDBG. We had a dozen different projects, and all of them are good projects, but what we do try and do is make recommendations for what will be most competitive within the CDBG system. So the recommendations that were made to your board back at that time reflected the most current information about what would be the strongest projects. Now, keeping in mind the feedback that we got from your board at that time, we did put together this handy chart that I think is probably going to be the best basis for discussing the pros and cons of different scenarios. So if you wanted to refer to that, then I will go through the different alternatives. There is one item that was not put forth on this chart about Meals on Wheels that has come up subsequent to when we did the memo, so I will just add that in as we discuss the various alternatives on the chart. So the first one discusses 3 different pools of money and different ways of applying those pools. Now, the 2014 grant, which is the competitive application that the county would submit next spring, you can apply for up to 3 activities, and in June they were telling us that they thought that the funding cap would be about $1 million. Now, since then we've heard that it might be slightly higher. They haven't really given us anything definite on that. So in this scenario, we're looking at $1 million as the funding cap. Now, within that, there are activity caps. So the TUD proposal was recommended at $900,000, and the Tuolumne Sanitary District Technical Assistance Grant was recommended at $100,000, which is the maximum for TA grants. That gets you up to $1 million. Now, to address the other activities that the board was interested in funding, there is another way to do that, which was developed about 2 years ago. They call it the waiver. A waiver is a way to do a standalone project using the county's program income reuse funds. The reuse funds are money that derives from repayments off of previous county loans for either housing rehabilitation or for small business. Now, you can do up to 2 waivers at a time, maximum, and they can be for any amount that you happen to have money available for. Now, the $800,000 figure is recommended because that will bring the balance of the county's reuse account down to the limit that the state is recommending at this time. You all adopted an update to your program income reuse plan in September. It says in that plan that the maximum that you will maintain at the local level is $500,000. Now, the state has not come in to enforce that just yet because these new rules took effect just about a year ago now. However, it's coming, and so you're going to need to drop that balance regardless. Now, there is another component in the equation, and that is about what they call the over-the-counter program. That's the large economic development grants to the county. Those in turn are loaned to a private business that makes repayments back into your reuse fund. So there is a proposal that's been initiated for the Rush Creek project. It would be a $3 million request to the state. This award, however, would be reduced by the excess amount that's in your reuse account. So the first scenario that we have presented to you drops your balance down to that required $500,000. So we use $800 out of your reuse account. Then we go for the maximum on the Rush Creek project, which is $3 million, and then the maximum in the competitive portion of the 2014 grant. Now, this gets funding for the food bank. It gets funding for housing stabilization, which is actually, in this particular case, it's the homeless piece that's being addressed by this. CDBG, in one of their other fine points, they do make a distinction between homeless services that are provided to people who are currently homeless and services provided to people who are at risk of being homeless. So this is the homeless piece that we're referring to here. Now, the original scenario did not address Meals on Wheels. However, in discussing with my state field rep how we could get funding to Meals on Wheels, there was another alternative which came up, and that is you have an open 2012 Community Development Block Grant that has Meals on Wheels in it as what they called the set-aside project. It was a non-competitive activity in the 2012 application. In 2013, they discontinued set-asides. You can't do that anymore. Everything has to compete now. However, they will let the county add reuse funds to that open grant. And that would get you at least to September 2015, which is the point at which the expenditures on that grant have to be completed. It's possible it might actually run a little longer. I've got a question up to the state right now, and I haven't gotten an answer on that part yet, but that would take care of at least funding through that time period. And so that would deal with all three of those public services. Now, there is one other alteration that has come up in conversation since this memo was put together. Looking at $800,000 for ATCA, there's actually a preferred scenario where it would be $400,000 that went to the food bank and $400,000 that went to the homeless program. There has been an issue that's come up at the food bank by one of the agencies that monitors the food bank, specifically that the facility is not well insulated. This is a county building, and so ATCA will have to go in and insulate that building. Otherwise, if this isn't done, they can close the program down. So they have an unanticipated expense that needs to be addressed. The extra money that went to the food bank could then help offset their operations charges so that they could use other funding to do the required insulation. So the recommendation from ATCA would be $400,000 for the food bank and $400,000 for the homeless program.
I'm sorry, say those numbers again.
400 for the food bank and 400 for homeless.
Thank you.
And then money going to Meals on Wheels would come out of the reuse account, but would be allocated through the 2012 grant.
Okay.
And would that be at $100,000?
Well, that was the request. The amount that you wanted to allocate is up to the board.
But we do have the $100,000.
Yeah, we do. Okay. Do you have any questions about that first scenario?
No, I have a couple questions, but not about that scenario. Are you going to move on to the next?
Right. Okay. So the second scenario proposed for the 2014 grant, the main activity would have been the housing stabilization program at $500,000. Now, this is $500,000 rather than $900 or $1 million because that is the activity cap for public services. So that's the maximum that you would be able to get for that. It also included the Tuolumne Sanitary District Technical Assistance Grant at $100,000. So the maximum you would get in that scenario for the 2014 grant is $600,000, $400,000 less than scenario number one. For your waivers, then we would have the food bank. We had it at $350. It could be $400, and then $100 for Meals on Wheels. That's the maximum, $2 for the waiver, and that totals $450,000. And so you haven't dropped your reuse account down to $500 yet, so the balance would be taken out of your over-the-counter grant. So that one then would be dropped by $350,000. The net would be $3.7 million total, $1.1 million less than scenario number one. Now, the third alternative would have as the 2014 grant, this one assumed a higher funding cap, going up to $1.5 million rather than $1 million. If you kept it the same at $1 million, the total for this scenario would be $4.1 million, $700,000 less than alternative number one. Now, in the third scenario, the 2014 grant would be $1 million for TUD, $400,000 for housing stabilization, and then $100,000 for the Tuolumne Sanitary District Technical Assistance Project, total of $1.5. Then the waiver would have $350 for the food bank, $100,000 for Meals on Wheels for $450, and then since you still haven't got down to $500,000, then your over-the-counter grant would be $350,000 less there. So the total yield in this scenario is 4.6, but that does assume a higher cap on the 2014 application. So any questions on this part?
Supervisor Gray.
Yes. Using the over-the-counter, the $3 million, now, as I understand it, if we do get that $3 million, and it does go to Rush Creek, and they pay it back, they've been a good customer, then that money would be, again, available in our account to use for other purposes. Second question has to do with the Tuolumne County request, the $80,000 for the alleyways. We did a study, used CBDG money to do the Tuolumne City alleyway study, yet you don't feel that that $80,000 is competitive request?
In CDBG's definition of it, it is not. The reason for that is that any public works project for CDBG has to address a serious health and safety need. Pretty much for them, it tends to be water, sewer, very occasionally something else, but it's always got some documentation that it's a health and safety issue. So within the competitive system, you would never get any money for that.
Okay. In the future, or say from this day forward, if you could put your thinking hat on and maybe look for some way that, some grant or something out there that might come available that we could proceed with that that
Yeah,
work?
I definitely will. And there are, as I mentioned before, other communities that I deal with that have similar type of needs that I've been looking for them also. So I will see if I can't figure out a way to do this.
Okay, and the one last question is on the Groveland Community Service District. It's not on the list. Could you give a brief explanation of why you don't feel that that's would be something that we could fund?
Yeah, Groveland did request a couple of different projects. One was an infrastructure project, the other one was a recreation project. Recreation projects are not competitive in CDBG. As far as their infrastructure project goes, ultimately that could be a competitive project, but it's not as ready as the Tuolumne Utility District project is at this point. Also, they were requesting $1.5 million, and we don't think there's going to be that much money available. But, you know, we can certainly work with Groveland Community Services District to begin developing that project. You know, it's common for these to take about 2 years to put together.
Okay, and so you will continue working with the Community Service District and try to get them to a point where they would be more competitive?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm done.
Okay, Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, I missed something in the translation as you were talking. It's probably me, I'm sure. But there seems to be some linkage between the over-the-counter and the reuse. Am I
Yes.
reading that right?
That's correct.
Can you explain what that linkage is,
Yes.
please?
The state requires that you use your reuse funds ahead of getting additional grant funds for a same type of activity. And at a minimum, they're requiring the grantees to limit the amount that they retain at the local level to $500,000. So it's a use it or lose it sort of situation.
Okay, so if, for instance, in option 2 or 3, if we got our reuse up higher, that would give us more over the counter?
That's correct.
Okay, then, okay. And what limitations are there on putting programs in that reuse column?
Well, 2 waivers, maximum at a time, so that's 2 projects.
Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Any further questions?
No, just a comment in general. We need to find a way to maximize the funds, and I think clearly Alternative 1 does that for us and allows us to fund the largest variety of projects. I think we can have a discussion about TUD and, you know, should those customers be more responsible for some of the upgrades. The bottom line is we have an opportunity to help what is an old failing system. And I think when we have that opportunity, it doesn't mean that we won't, the other discussion is not a valid discussion to have, but when we have the opportunity to help some of these failing systems, I think we have an obligation to do that also.
Okay, I take it you're recommending item 1?
Yes, sir.
And item 1, if I understood what you said right, the food bank would go to $400,000 and that reuse, housing stabilization $400,000, and you add Meals on Wheels at $100,000?
That was their request, yes.
Okay, and that would end up being a total of 4.9. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, well, let's open it up for public comments on this, and then we'll bring it back to the board for decision here. Anybody from the public want to speak on any of the items reviewed here?
Absolutely. Chairman Handelt, members of the board, Pete Campa, General Manager, Tuolumne Utilities District. And I am here on behalf of the ratepayers in the Gibbs system, the customers there. They certainly meet the definition of disadvantaged community. And when you take a look at the infrastructure improvements that are required in that area, Now and into the future, this is a segment. This is about a quarter of the system that serves that community. And our estimation is that it will need to, by our agreement with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance and our obligations to the State Water Board and our permitting, that it will need to be upgraded immediately. That's why there's an urgency on this particular project as far as timing. We are seeing that as the second highest overflow location, both in quantity, numbers, and also the severity and their proximity to drainage courses, which is the concern of the state. And that's untreated or partially treated sewage. In that case, it's untreated sewage that can wind up in a drainage. We do respond. We do take care of it immediately. We rarely have people running through it or real exposure, but boy, I'll tell you, it can get out there quick, and then we have to deal with it. This is a really good project. We are, like I said, we are required by an agreement to reduce our sanitary sewer overflows, and this being the second only to the 100-year-old system in the city of Sonora in overflows is our top priority, and we'd appreciate your vote of support.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, what's your current base rate structure, please?
If you want the exact number, it's in the packet. It is $35.59. It's the existing monthly bill. That's the sewer monthly cost.
Okay. And what is the rate structure that the State Water Board considers for either disadvantaged or non-disadvantaged communities for qualification for low-interest loans and state-paid fees? Can you tell me that?
Well, for the CDBG is a completely different animal.
I understand that. Just answer the question, please.
Oh, absolutely. In the other, some of the other programs, again, this is not in regulation. This is in policy and the way that they administer the funds. They look at anywhere between they look at 1% of the median household income to be an affordable rate, 1.5% to be approaching an expensive range, and 1.5% to 2% to be unaffordable. With regard to
what do they use for if you want to come in and get a low interest loan through the State Water Board, okay? And they're the approval authority. What rate? What is the percentage of the median income that they use to determine whether they're going to give you that loan or not?
I'm not really sure how to reframe it.
Well, I've been told that it's 1.5% for disadvantaged communities and 2% for non-disadvantaged communities. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
Okay. You're 67% or 65% below that. Okay, and your board just turned down a rate increase that I am told would have resulted in $285,000 a year more in revenue. Okay, you don't qualify for state low-interest loans or grants through the Water Board, and yet you come here trying to compete with other needy programs in the area. I'm a ratepayer, and Gibbs is in my district, and I'm very sensitive to everything that you've said, but I'm really concerned with the fact that everywhere I go, Mountain County Water Agency or Association, the State Water Association, the Water Board, everywhere I go, there is serious concern about the rate structure in Tuolumne County. Do you know what the rate structure is in Calaveras County, right next door?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how much higher is it than yours? Do you know?
I don't typically like to make that relationship.
Well, I don't either. I wouldn't want to live in Calaveras County, and I'm not holding them up as the model to follow. But my point is they're the closest thing to our county in terms of their delivery system, their demographics, and all of that. We are well below any other district that I know of that I've been able to find in this state on our water rates. And again, now the TUD is coming here to get grant money, and it's stuff you need. I buy that. I get it, okay? I understand. And I'm probably going to vote for this. But I want you to understand the message that is out there with respect to TUD and the management of the rate structure over there. And we'll see how I vote, but I'll tell you this, you come back next year, I will not vote for it.
Supervisor Gray.
Mr. Chairman, on that same line, I understand where Mr. Rutherford is coming from, living in Groveland Community Service District. I know that we've made a number of rate adjustments over the years to try to do improvements and water upgrades and sewer upgrades, and I know there's a definite need for this $1.5 million there. So, community services in my district, but I don't want to leave this money on the table at the state. I want to get it and put it to best use we can, and with the best chances in it. And it appears, Ms. Cox has told us that the best chance is to go the route, try to get that public sewer in. Feeling Mr. Rutherford's pain, I totally understand it, because I would love to see that $1 million going to Groveland Community Service District as well. But I think that we have an opportunity here to get some money, give the TUD some help with the understanding that hopefully they do look at their rate structure and do some self-help there. I'm sure there's disadvantaged people that live in that Gibbons area that when that rate goes up, it's going to hurt them also, just like it has done in Groveland, Pine Mountain Lake area. But I'm supportive of this option number one, because I think it does give us the best chance to get the grant and do some good things.
Okay. Anything? Thank you, Mr. Campa. I don't know, I'm going to see if anybody else has anything else they want to say.
Good afternoon. My name's Shelley Hentz. I'm the Executive Director at ATCA. I just really want to thank you for your confidence in our programs and including us in your scenarios. And I have Lee Kimball, our Food Bank Director, and Beetle Barber, our Housing Director, should you have any questions for us. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the public? Supervisor Rutherford.
Okay. I think I was clear, but I really want the message to go out. We got 2 board members from TUD. Okay. This isn't a question. It's a statement. I believe it's very important to everybody in this county, and it's very important to me as a TUD customer, that TUD has a vision for the future that includes sustainable water rates, and I understand that for me that's going to be more money out of my pocket. It's also going to be more money out of the pocket of some people that are very needy and can't afford it. We have programs that can assist them with that in the county. Okay? We need to have sustainable water rates. We need to have a water rate structure that makes sense from a strategic viewpoint, and we need to have a water rate structure that will support the modernization and sustainability of the water system that we have. It is old, it is in many cases crumbling, and we cannot do it solely with grant money, okay? So I challenge TUD to develop a vision and implement that vision. And my part of that is I will support option 1, and in fact, since Gibbs is in my district, I'll move to approve the CDBG funding alternative number 1.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Looking for final comments. And I would like to make one.
Just for a perspective comment, and because I don't want people to miss this one, either is, and Terry can chime in here, but something that is happening with the change in the CDBG program is it is moving towards favoring projects and less on services. And that is what it is, but it's not a good thing, for things like food banks, Meals on Wheels, housing, that kind of a thing in the long term. There's been a change. Wish it weren't so, but it's happening. And you can see the amount that we're dragging down our reuse funds, which is okay, especially if a Rush Creek comes in and starts to repay in the long run. But what's happening is it is going to hamper our ability to fund those programs, certainly at the level that we have, not because we don't want to, it's just because the money isn't going to be there. So just a comment.
Okay. Yeah, I recognize that, but I also recognize that CDBG seems to be a moving target on every round.
Yeah,
So who knows
absolutely.
what direction it will move. The pendulum moves about. I would like to reiterate the importance of the food bank, the housing stabilization, the Meals on Wheels to our community is huge, and the work that is done in those areas we really need to support. I do share the comments by both Supervisor Gray and Rotifer. We need a long-term water plan and sewer plan in this county, and we need leadership, and it needs to come from TUD, the premier agency in the county when it comes to water and sewer. I'm in your district. I'm not a customer because I'm on well and septic, but you need to have a sustainable financial program, and turning down that rate structure, in my view, did not push you that direction. That was wrong, and you need to fix your house. I am going to support this because I want to support the people that need it. But if I were an agency looking at you, I'd say come back and see me after you get your house in order. So we got a motion.
Motion and one last comment, and this is for the benefit of Groveland Community Service District. Please work with Ms. Cox, and hope to see you next round with a good, solid project that we can put some money towards. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Would you like to invite Supervisor Royce back? I hope he hasn't taken a nap. Okay. With that, I think we'll take a 10-minute break and come back here at 2:40. Thank you. This is the Board of Supervisors reconvening, and we will consider item number 6 on the agenda. We're really blowing through this agenda fast.
Yeah.
Consideration of approving a resolution, either continue in the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article Number 14, Section 8630C, or declaring an end to the local state of emergency.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it was back in August that you first declared a state of emergency, local state of emergency to exist here in Tuolumne County. That was done by the Director of Emergency Services, the Chairman of the Board of Supervisors. That was later ratified by the full board. And I believe it's been twice now that we've extended that declaration. And per statute, you need to consider extending that every 30 days. So you either continue the declaration or terminate it. So what we've done is provided you, two resolutions in this packet. One is to continue the local state of emergency, and the other one is to terminate it. If you're to continue it, per the statements in the resolution that continues, you point to the continued threat from fire and potential winter flooding. If you're to end it, there's language in there that still conveys the board's concern about the potential of future flooding, and yet continues to ask for the governor to extend CDAA and to get federal assistance as well. I didn't provide a recommendation between the two in the memo, but my sense is that, you know, with the fire essentially contained, and there is no imminent, you know, threat from the fire or the flooding, that it be terminated. Do the second one. If you were to continue it, I just give you, two thoughts. One would be, what would be the the end strategy of when we would stop continuing these things every 30 days? One would be to look to when the fire is 100% contained, because they still haven't gotten to that point, and pick that as a date. That, otherwise, you'd be probably waiting to go all the way through winter, and it'd be sometime in April or May before you'd actually terminate. I don't think, I know the board's heard from different speakers, while the state may recognize that there's a direct linkage between the fire and potential flooding, the federal government does not, and they would be looking for treat that as a separate incident if it did happen. And I just provide that in as anecdotal information. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it's up to you.
I'll start with comments from the board and your wishes.
A question, if we discontinued it, it's my understanding that we could also have a state of emergency should we have the flooding occur and stuff.
Absolutely. You do a new state local emergency, and if prudent, go after the state and go after the federal.
Okay.
And in fact, that would be the way we would have to do it, since they wouldn't recognize it under the state of emergency, correct?
Right. The federal, absolutely. The state might see a nexus, but you've also not seen the state really moving quickly to, while the governor did proclaim a state of emergency, he has not extended the California Disaster Assistance Act, and it's been 2 months now.
Supervisor Rutherford.
One of the things that just kind of niggles at me in my brain on this whole thing is, as far as the Forest Service is concerned, FEMA aside, as far as the Forest Service is concerned, there's still an emergency because they've got the forest shut down. They're citing as a reason the continuing danger out there, which is very real. I agree with them. So I see two aspects. One is the continuing danger to our people that is present in the burn area, pretty much throughout the burn area. I see the Forest Service justifiably with the forest on lockdown. We don't have access to the forest for any number of reasons because of the public safety problem. And then on top of that, I'm concerned about possibly losing the linkage of, I understand FEMA's position that a flood and landslides and all of that would be a separate incident, but it really isn't separate. It's a direct result of the fire itself. So I don't know how to, I'm not necessarily saying that I think that continuing the state of emergency is the right way to go. I don't know that it's not the right way to go. Those two things seem to me to argue to continue the state of emergency, at least in the near term.
Okay, well, see the other comments. I'll make a couple. Regardless of what the city dwellers in the east, known as D.C., Washington, D.C., think, they don't live here. They don't understand how we live, and they don't understand what massive devastation there was with rim fire. They don't recognize the residual effects of that. Before rim fire, we technically, in my mind, had a state of emergency. We had a state of emergency because our forest wasn't healthy. We had a public safety issue. Rim fire proved that. We had a state of emergency relative to the water, and the winter is going to prove that to us all because we're going to get a lot more water out of our watershed because it isn't going to be a controlled flow. It's going to be an uncontrolled flow. But that state of emergency existed with quantity and quality of water we were getting before. Our forest was overgrown. We had a state of emergency because all our species, whether they were threatened, endangered, or thriving, were all threatened as well by the possibility of a disaster like which we just saw. And now we also have an economic disaster that comes out of this thing. We don't know the magnitude of that. I'm in favor of continuing this, but I might add that for all the reasons I think we had a state of emergency before Rim Fire, we have those in the Stanislaus watershed right now. And until our federal government starts realizing what their job is in terms of public safety and providing the right kind of management for our forests and the environment in which we in the mountain counties of California and the forested counties, until they start recognizing the kind of danger that we exist in every day because of their active neglect of the needs, not only the population, but of the natural environment, we will have a state of emergency. But for right now, for the case of Rim Fire, I believe we should continue a state of emergency at least until we can feel comfortable. And like Supervisor Werver said, the Forest Service still thinks it's an emergency because they have emergency personnel out there doing things, they're controlling things, and they have emergency people who are considered essential, thank God, and are here working on exactly that emergency. And they just got some more funds, and I hope they'll continue to work on that. So that's just my feeling. Supervisor Gray.
My understanding is that we have to keep doing this every 30 days.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So I would be comfortable to extend it for another 30 days at this time. But, you know, we declared this state of emergency because of a fire. When we don't have the fire, we're going to have to redefine what the state of emergency is. So right now, with the fire going, we can still do it that way. But once, you know, just to make it clear, once that fire is over, we're going to have to change what the state of emergency is. And I agree with what you said, your assessment, but that's not what we.
No, I understand.
declared.
I understand.
So,
I just.
You know, I'm fine with doing it for another 30 days.
Okay. Any public comment? Seeing none, Chair to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we continue the state of emergency and approve the resolution to be signed by the chairman appropriately continuing that state of emergency.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Gray. You want to say something?
Just a thought, in the event that we do have major problems this winter, does it come into play that we're already in a state of emergency and it takes away from the fact that we have an emergency and we need to declare one?
It's a different emergency.
Or would we declare a different one?
In the eyes of FEMA, it's a different emergency. It may not be in our eyes, but, you know, so we just declare a state of emergency for another reason. I mean, to satisfy them.
I mean, there's.
But I very frankly don't expect them to be beating down our door to help us out when we have a problem. They didn't beat our door down this time.
I would just note that the government code does say it has to be reviewed every 30 days and that it should be terminated at the earliest possible date.
The earliest possible?
The earliest possible date. So if there is another emergency, for instance, flooding, my recommendation would be that you all declare another state of emergency related specifically to that issue.
A separate one?
Yes.
Okay.
But we're not there yet.
You're right, we're not there.
Okay.
Okay. You got any more?
Well, I don't know. I understand all the points that were made, but I don't know if it's really accomplishing anything by having it. I don't know if it's taking away from anything by having it either. I'm trying to really think through this, and I mean.
Well, maybe in another 30 days you'll have an answer.
Yeah, let me offer this for a 30-day thing, because the request is still up to the president, and he has not decided yet. So you could say until that happens, keep it, or he's decided, that's another reason maybe to keep it.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Okay?
And just one other point of clarification. There's nothing to keep us prior to 30 days from rescinding it either, if we so choose to do that.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 7, please.
Presentation on the status of the juvenile detention facility project, including the updated initial operational plan and budget.
Mr. Pedro?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, switching locations, different view on the day. We just thought it was timely with all the major decisions.
Lights?
The PowerPoint should show up here now. We just felt with all the major decisions that your board is facing, a lot of challenging decisions on long-term capital and also operational, it was timely just to bring, and we promise to keep this brief, update to your board on what's happening with the juvenile detention facility. So I've got Adele Arnold, our Chief Probation Officer, with me, who, again, one of the reasons we thought she'd be great in this, not only is she good at her day-to-day, regular job here in Tuolumne County, but she's got experience with these facilities. So that's another reason why we thought she'd be great. I'm just going to, for the public, here is the site of the Law and Justice Center, Highway 108, Old Wards Ferry Road. There is Walmart. And there's our new entry road onto the Law and Justice property. And this location right here is where the juvenile facility is going to be located. And with that orientation, I'm going to go ahead and let Adele do an overview.
And I will assure you, it will be a much prettier building than Walmart. The
Inside
site,
or outside?
probably both. We continue on with our plan to build our core facility, and we are starting with an initial 30-bed pod. That will not change. There are some updates I will be addressing with you about how we can come in at a lower functional capacity. So the master plan is to allow for, again, 2 30-bed pods, beginning with 130. And initially, we plan to operate, I'd like to present to you in a further slide that we'd like to begin a functional capacity of 10. We then, of course, could expand staffing and operate additional beds as the need arises. We continue to have memorandums of understanding with Amador and Calaveras County for beds in our facility. And we hope that as we move forward, we've got some very big meetings that will be occurring in Sacramento with the Department of Finance and the team, the construction project team, the VSCC board, Department of Finance, CDCR, to review everything, and those should begin in December. This is the southern elevation view of our facility. We have really tried to keep a lot of natural light coming into the building, to keep it an open and airy, uplifting facility, not only for our juveniles, but for the staff that will be working there daily. This is a site that we'll be seeing if you're up on the courthouse property, which is really the very main hub of the site out off of Old Wards Ferry. And this is what you will see as you go by on the Old Wards Ferry bridge. As you head down that way and that bridge crosses, that will be the presentation from that bridge area. So all those windows on the top are rooms, juvenile rooms.
Okay, the construction, one-time construction costs, we're looking at design of a little over $1.4 million, construction itself near 16. There's your construction management, that's also inspection and testing services of $800,000 that we've talked about earlier today in the budget. And then furnishing, this number's been as high as $1.8 million, knocked it down to 1.5, and we'll know more on that number too as we complete the design. Yes, sir.
How much of that money's already been spent? I mean, site, we've already spent that, yes?
Excuse me,
bought
the
site?
design's budgeted, and not, that's paid for. The construction, that's all going to be 100% on the state. Now, when it says site and building, that's the site itself, moving dirt, putting utilities
site
under
prep,
it,
then.
but not site purchase or anything like that. And then the building, essentially, the state will be funding that. But our responsibility is the construction management, inspection, testing, and then equipping the building once it's built. Again, same presentation as with the jail. As it's currently budgeted, we'd be looking at the state funding 81% of it, us funding 19% of it at the 19,750 figure. The design money was incorporated into last year's budget. It's not full, that contract has not been fully expended yet, but monies have been encumbered to finish that in the current year. And again, you can see in 2013-14, we need to start the construction management. We may be able to split fund that. The footnote shows that we have $433,000 currently in our 13-14 budget. As far as the one-time funding plan, we'll just continue to come forward with planned general fund transfers using one-time fund balances, such as what we were discussing this morning, as the need presents. Well, the need is presented as we can. If indeed Highway Patrol comes back into the fold, perhaps there's $400,000 that could be applied to it, but that's a big if at this point. And then if there's other one-time funds that come available, we could certainly look at that. But the nice thing is we're just looking for the one-time funds to finish the construction management, inspection, testing, and the equipping.
Okay, the next slide you see before you is the original cost for operations, and that was again for the full 30 opening and beginning to fund and staff up for 30 juveniles within the facility. That included a 17.5 full-time equivalent staff, and the net general cost there was $424,000. So what I would really like to discuss with you is the next slide, which is the revised. We certainly want to be as realistic as we can in terms of what the cost will be and what our needs will be. And what I have seen is that there is certainly a downward trend in the state in terms of the number of beds available and needed for our youth. Right now, we are using about 8 beds monthly. That's about our average for our juveniles. So it really seems reasonable to me that we could manage and kind of phase this in and start with opening and operating at a functional capacity of 10. That would still give us opportunity to lease a couple of beds out of county to Calaveras and to Amador. All of the state need trends are down, and I have to say that that's due to a wide, broad implementation of evidence-based programming and detention alternatives, electronic monitoring, work programs, trying to keep our youth as close as possible in their communities of origin and in their schools. So I see us doing that. We certainly can't predict what the need is going to be in the future. So as that need changes in Tuolumne County, we can certainly increase our staffing and our need for our placement of youth in the facility. So what we did with the revenues, we took our state and federal resources, and those are our nutritional programs. There's a state nutritional and a federal nutritional meal reimbursement in part. So we took that money and we divided it by 3, since we're only going to be starting with 10 juveniles in the facility. That's also going to take our contract rates down of 2 beds, hopefully, and maybe more. We don't know that because we certainly aren't in operation yet, for Calaveras County and 1 for Amador County. At this time, we're proposing a very conservative rate of $100 per bed day. There are other charges in there that are included. Those are collections we can collect from parents for daily cost of care for juveniles while they are in detention status. I have taken the staffing needs down again incrementally to 10.5 staff. There are very specific ratios for juveniles that are dictated by Title 15 and 24, and it is 1 staff for every 10 gender-specific juveniles in the facility during waking hours and 1 per 30 during sleeping hours. That can also change depending on how you're implementing programming, and so I will continue to work with our field representative assigned to the program to see if we might be able to fine-tune this even more. Services and supplies also were taken down incrementally, and then there is a savings to probation, which is basically the costs that we're currently paying for care of court wards minus some grant money that we bring in. And that grant money that I'm speaking about is called the Youthful Offender Block Grant. We currently get $117,500. That's been very stationary for the past several years, but we just received notification that on Friday we received 13,000 plus, almost 14,000 additional growth monies in that funding. So we could anticipate seeing that money grow and be an added resource for us. So at this point, our net general fund cost is $507,000, which is about $209 more than what we're paying right now for our kids out of county. And I believe that the social costs certainly can't be replicated. In that, I think that we can do a lot more in terms of fine-tuning our programming and getting our kids back in the community and involving their parents, which in turn helps to bring better parenting skills and better services into the family. So hopefully we won't see every sibling in a row come into our existing system. So those are all good things.
Okay. Last point I would just make is Dale's already mentioned that the net cost will increase by about $209,000 from what we originally projected under this scenario. And I just put there is no magic. This increase in operational subsidy will come from the general fund's operating budget. That's consistent with what we've put in our multi-year budget, forecast. So so we can predict that as we do that, use that forecast tool, but the increased cost of the general fund will not begin. That operational cost will not begin until fiscal 15-16. And the only other thing budgetarily I'll mention is that while we do have the design money has been encumbered, so we'll finish off the architectural piece. We've got part of the construction management piece. I already mentioned that we need to work in our equipping cost. I'll know that better in the spring. Of course, the other big costs, once we know when the project exactly is going to be bid, when it's going to be awarded, when they're going to start, that'll make a difference. Because we may have to come back and amend this year's budget to show the beginning of the construction this year, or it may start, it'd be cleaner if it actually started, after the beginning of the fiscal year. But we'll just wait and see how the bidding process goes. But we will need to, at some point, actually put the construction dollars in, but that'll be 100% offset, state revenue and expense. So whenever that day comes. That's it.
When will this be going out to bid?
Going to try to get it out to bid in spring and award it, or late winter, and then award it in spring.
Do we anticipate a lot of people bidding on this project?
We hope so. We do everything we can to get a
Just
robust turnout.
As history goes, Adele, when you did the one up at Siskiyou, were there quite a few companies?
Well, I will tell you that because of the distance, it's somewhat of an isolated county. We didn't have as many as we hoped, but we had about 10 that bid. And I know that Stanislaus County recently opened in July. They did a commitment center, and they had many bids.
All right, thank you.
Royce?
Just a couple questions. And by the way, I like the new design a lot more than the original presentation that you guys did. The elevations are much more pleasing. But I'm just a little curious about some costs. What's the square footage prices we're looking at for this project? It seems if you compare the amount of beds to the cost, just from my recent, memory of the jail presentation, that it seems a lot more expensive per bed. So I didn't know, there's probably some general areas, and like I said, the kitchen they were talking about, that may not be apples to apples. So do you have a square foot of this building and a square foot price?
I know the square footage is 18,115 square feet. I don't know what the price is. I will tell you.
18,115. And we're looking at 19.5 million.
$2,000 a square foot.
Is that right?
In terms of the cost? I don't know what the square foot cost is at this point.
19.5 million divided by, would you say 18, 150?
More than 1,000.
Yeah, 1,075. That seems very high to me. Do you know, has there been any updated projections on the costs that, I don't know what numbers are those? They haven't changed, I don't think, in my recent memory from the beginning.
As the design proceeds, and they'll do updates to the cost estimates. When we brought this before, we did have a peer review done, and we looked, because some folks said, well, hey, look at what they did down in Stanislaus is one of the things, so we went and looked, had the same firm look at it. And they thought it was appropriate and consistent with what was being pointed out to us as a model. But that being said, as they proceed with the design, they will also update the cost estimate.
If there is a savings, is there chance that that would be the county that would be saving that, or is that going to be grant money that would be returned? Are we required by our grant to have a certain match percentage, I think?
We do. We could look to see if we could change it so we could take advantage of that and cover some of our costs. I need to go back and look. Certainly,
Okay.
if we could leverage it, it'd be great.
It'd be nice. I mean, that would be money that maybe could apply towards the jail or, like you said, other one-time.
I will tell you that in my experience with the regulations, apples and oranges comparison with juvenile as opposed to adult detention facilities. Juvenile regulations tell you exactly how many feet you have to have for each desk in your classroom, for the teacher desk, for the room for the juvenile, for their day room capacity. Everything is very, very specific, and we are not doing anything extraordinary or out of the ordinary. In fact, we went back and redesigned to bring our classrooms right off the day room so that we could maximize staff and not have long Sally-ported corridors. So we've done a lot to really tweak the design to make it more efficient and to maximize staff. But the regulations are very different for juvenile matters.
Sure. I appreciate that, and I would just say, I understand the social, the values that you're talking about, and I just want to make sure that we do the best that we can. So I appreciate that, and I would continually urge you to look for ways to save and cut costs. And it's shocking to anybody that has any kind of, experience with building costs to see that kind of number per unit for a foot, and a foot's a foot. So, I would say, from my perspective, there's probably opportunities for additional savings, and as we go through the process, I'm sure you guys will be looking for that.
One of the processes that was so valuable in my previous experience of building the juvenile facility was to have an on-site construction management. We met weekly and we did a lot of value engineering as we walked through the project. We came in on time and at budget, and our 10% contingency was still there. So it's a very important process.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brennan?
Adele, the capacity difference between 10 and 30 beds, so again, I'm assuming that the square footage is there and it will be more a function of equipment and beds, those kinds of things, or is that a faulty assumption?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I'm
So
sorry.
will you be able to put, with the facility you're building, will you be able to put 30 beds in it?
Yes, the rated capacity, and that's what we spoke to in our grant that was awarded to us, is for 30. We will be operating and functioning with 10, but all of the built-ins, everything will be there to run for 30 beds.
Okay.
With the exception of the number of kids and the ratio in staffing.
Okay.
Okay. Supervisor Rutter, if you got anything? I got a couple. I agree with, in fact, that was one of my questions, was the cost per square foot seemed excessive to me under any construction scenario. So, but I started out with 10 kids, and you said 18,000 square feet, so it's 1,800 square feet per kid, but really if it goes to 30, it's 600 square feet per.
Yes, the structure will be built for our rated capacity, which is what our grant has specified, of 30 kids. We're just coming in incrementally and staffing at 10.
What triggers you to expand the capacity from 10 to 12 or 14 or 30? What triggers you to do that? Is that outside demand or internal demand?
It would probably be both. It would be our internal needs predominantly, plus any additional needs from our neighboring counties that may say, you know, we really need to contract with you for 3 more beds. The staffing goes up in increments of 10. So we would be looking at, you know, if we went from 10 to 11, we would actually have to staff up to 20.
Okay,
That's
okay,
the
that was,
ratio.
that's
Yeah,
part of the
so we
understanding.
would be
Okay.
looking at increments of 10.
Okay,
I got another question.
okay.
Just thinking about that, do you feel at this point, because of the situation we have and having to transport people way out of the county, is that deflating the need and the amount of placements? You said 8, and you're projecting 10. It seems to me that would probably be a factor that would impact even lower, you know what I mean, like a number below what the actual
Need is?
Yeah, it would push that number down, that factor, I would assume. Do you think that's true? And what would prevent us in the future from seeing that number inflate up because we have the capacity? It seems like that would be the tendency, would be to fill the positions. So, I mean, that has to do with judges, that has to do with a lot of factors, but
Correct.
how do you see that being handled?
I believe that that would be the case very much, that it's kind of that if you build it, they will come.
Mm-hmm.
We very much try to keep our youth in the county, if at all possible, because the minute we remove them, we may as well send them to another state. Their families can't visit. We've removed them from their school. We've removed them from their community of origin and all the services. We will try, whether we have a hall or not, to keep the numbers down and to keep our kids in the community if we possibly can. Using that hall for short periods of trying to stabilize the juvenile, I'm sure we'll see more of that.
That's
But
gonna be a
again, the
big
goal
benefit,
will
I'm
be,
sure.
it will be a huge benefit.
Yeah.
Is to get our kids stabilized and back into the community and services.
Yeah, because most of the time you don't have long-term placements, it's just when there's a situation, they get brought in.
Often.
That's the trouble now, is you're
Stabilization.
having to drive all the time.
Yes, in crisis intervention, certainly.
Yeah.
Supervisor?
Go ahead.
So educating these kids, will that be a function of the county schools office?
Yes, it will.
Okay, any more questions? Questions for the public? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have one.
One more.
Just process-wise, you talked a little bit about it. What's our next step for the board and getting to the point where we are issuing bid docs and awarding contract and so forth?
The design's going on as we speak, and those documents will come back to the board for, just like your other bid projects, approval of, plan specs and estimate, and we'll go out to bid, and we'll get the bids back, and then you guys will make award. Those now, in the background, those plans have to be reviewed by the state and all that other kind of stuff, which is going to take time to get their approvals before it comes to you.
State Architect's Office or whatever that is. It's like schools, times 10.
Because of the way this is being funded with bonds, the lease revenue bonds, we now have, this is such a complicated process. We've got the Department of Public Works, Department of Finance, CDCR, and BSCC. They convene the teams, the fire marshal. We've gone through developmental design review. We have some of our schematic designs in. We've still got reviews to do, and we will be going to Sacramento for those. And
Okay.
Mo's been very diligent in turning in all of the documents as well as prior
Submittal stuff.
It's a,
Yeah.
long process.
I guess the last thing I'd say, I'm very interested in that process. I think it's fascinating for one, and just with my experience as a builder, may have some experience that might be valuable. Do you see a way that I could fit into that process at all? Be able to
When the
help-
plans are
help
done,
out?
they get sent off to the state, and they do their own thing.
Yeah.
And like, we have a lot of phone conversations, maybe some on-site meetings, but it's pretty much their own review process.
And that's already done?
That's going to be well, some of it's already in process. There'll be more to come.
So are construction documents completed at this point, or are they, I mean,
No.
that looked conceptual,
No.
everything we're looking at.
Substantially completed, but not
Not,
completed. Not
Okay.
all documents have been in yet.
okay. So having access to review those, is that possible at this point, or, I mean, there's still flexibility, it sounds like, to some degree.
Sure. We can make those available.
Okay. If it was possible, I'd, yeah.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Peter, before I go on, we're done with this item. Thank you very much. But we have reports, we have a closed session, and we have the return of the budget. At what point do you want to come back on the budget?
Well, like I said, you could go do reports. I can find out on the budget, and we were planning to do the closed session last anyway.
Okay, well, okay, then we'll let you report out first.
Thank you.
Reports.
Oh, reports,
Thanks,
thank you,
Adele.
sorry.
I could probably just keep this short, because certainly since our last meeting, we've just been pedal to the metal, working on the, the jail grant, certainly on the budget, active, in bargaining. Still have had meetings with the cooperator group on the rim fire, the Bear team. Again, that was good news about that additional funding, which I thought was great, because the board has been really clear, don't be bashful. If you need more, go ask for it, and they have, and they're getting it. And they're looking at other projects. One of the things I know the board's aware of, but we have talked to the Bear team for the general public. We're trying to work with the Bear team to see if they will fund some improvements to the drainage at Ackerson Creek and Evergreen Road, to just improve that, fortify it, make it everything it can be to withstand floodwaters. It's just an area of concern. It's a critical road. So we've had good cooperation there. Not saying that they're ready to fund it yet, but the team's been working hard on that. And I already mentioned that the request has gone to Washington for a presidential declaration, and we'll just have to wait and see, if we get that. I think that covers all the major things.
Okay, Supervisor Royce.
Let's see. On October 1st, I had the opportunity to meet with the new TUD board member, Roanne, Mickelson. Had a really nice conversation. On the 4th, I met with Chris Conrad, talking about rimfire issues. On the, let's see, what is this here? I'm looking at my, let's see, on the 9th, I met with the Association of Realtors, and later had a TCTC meeting. On the 10th, I met with representatives from the Miwok Tribe, Kevin Day and John Otterson, talked about some projects that they have, some issues with trust land and some of their plans. They wanted to let me kind of know what they were doing. I got to go to the A's game that day. Unfortunately, they lost in Game 5. That was kind of a heartbreaker. On the 11th, we had our EDA meeting over at Sonora Elementary School. Really good presentation on some of the technology they're using in the classroom. And we had good time seeing actually classrooms in action, and the kids were very enthusiastic about using their iPads and things. It's pretty impressive what they're able to do. So I look forward to more of that. On the same day, I guess, right after that, I met with Pete Campa, talked about more water issue stuff, and for the most part, that's it.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Mr. Chairman, on the 3rd, with you, I attended a meeting with the gentleman that is running the, putting together the long-range rimfire recovery post-bear strategy for the Forest Service, long-term restoration. Very interesting meeting, and then met with our forest supervisor and the current head of the Bear team, and the folks that are putting together that long-term restoration program in the afternoon. On the 4th, I met with some constituents. On the 7th, again with you, we got to quit hanging out together. We're going to get a reputation. But anyway, I was with you at the Jamestown Fire Department opening for their 24/7 around the year operation down there. That's very, very important. It's not just important to Jamestown and District 5. It's important to the entire county. That is a very centralized fire response location. It has the second highest call volume in the county, and it was only operating 6 months out of the year, and it was still the second highest rated call volume station in the county. It's a SAFER grant that was pursued by county fire folks. It's for 2 years, and we absolutely need to find a way to fund that continuously long-term going forward after the 2-year grant is up. And I'm committed to finding a way with the county fire folks to do that. And then in the afternoon, I attended the Amador-Tuolumne County Action Agency, there we go, Internal Affairs Committee meeting. We're in the process of redoing all of the personnel policies. That's a very laborious process, but it is being supported hugely and very effectively by Chris Schmidt out of the County Council's office. And as always, our County Council's office is providing excellent advice in that. On the 8th, I did meet with our auditor controller discussing items related to the budget. And then on the 9th, I met with a local developer about a development project that he's planning, not actually in my district, but he wanted to talk to me anyway, so I met with him. On the 10th, again, I found myself in the company of our chairman at a CSAC class, interestingly enough, the title of which was When Bad Things Happen, Managing Crises and the Unexpected. Coming out of the rimfire, I felt at least 85 or 90% qualified to teach the class, but as I'm sure the chairman did as well. But it was a very interesting class. They actually focused not so much on natural disasters as on crises of confidence. The example that kept coming up in the class was the mayor of San Diego and what's been going on down there and how to deal with that in a public relations environment, legal environment. Should have been there, Sarah. It was pretty good. On the 12th, I started out in the morning, as I routinely do on Saturdays when I'm in town, at the farmer's market. The mural, by the way, if you haven't seen it, it's worth a trip. It's really good. And the market was fairly well attended for this late date in the year. And then in the afternoon, our county council had pulled out her badge and required that I purchase a couple of tickets to the Sonora Sunrise Rotary. Actually, I was very pleased to do that. I love to support those things. And that was held at Railtown, which is another one of my favorite venues, and in my district, as is County Council. That was a wonderful event, and thank you for convincing me to go. And then, didn't take much. And then on the 14th, I attended, actually that was yesterday, I attended the board meeting of the Columbia Fire District early in the evening, and then later in that evening, I attended the monthly Tuolumne County Farm Bureau meeting, again with the chairman of the board. Anyway, that concludes my report.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, I was just curious if your significant others are getting jealous about you guys hanging out together all the time. But, my report's been relatively short because, as you know, I've been on assignment in Wyoming researching
I just want to know one thing.
activities.
When are you going to clean up your act?
Hey, well,
And how's Yellowstone?
Almost got there, but not quite. I could see it from where I was at. But On the 9th, we had a TCTC meeting and looking at unmet transit needs, and TCTC does have published a new route guide and all the information that you need about riding Tuolumne Transit. They'll fulfill your needs if you have them. Look at their webpage, contact them. Also on the 9th, they had a SWIFT meeting in Moccasin, and we had a lot of discussion, obviously, about the recent event, the rim fire. And it's very clear that the work that SWIFT organization had done in the past at developing those fire maps and the fire breaks was very beneficial in fighting the fire. But one of the things that we did discuss at length is, we've got them in place, we've got the mapping. How do we keep on maintaining those breaks? And discussion led to our really unpopular SRA fee and the amount of money that's collected from the people of Tuolumne County. I think, 81,000 properties that are giving $150 a year, somewhere in the neighborhood of that. But we need to figure out a way to get that money back, or some of that money back, to fund these fire safe councils and to use that to keep maintaining those fire breaks. To me, if the state will do that, then that will be money well spent. So I think, from the legislative side, that's something we might want to put on our list to try to move that forward. On the 11th, as Supervisor Royce mentioned, we had Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority meeting. We had it at Sonoria Elementary, and it's good to see that technology is alive and well. What prompted this visit was that we weren't really clear on what the schools are doing out there as far as technology, and it amazed me how advanced it is. You go into a third grade class and here the little kids are working on iPads, and 2 years ago, I didn't know what an iPad was, but and they're putting it to use. So the technology's there. It doesn't mean that we can't expand on it. And I think from the Economic Development Authority side, we're going to do what we can to try to get more money available for grants to even add more technology to the schools. So that's my report.
Thank you, Supervisor Graybeard. Supervisor Brennan.
I thought he was coming to me with, what? On October 2nd, we had a behavioral health meeting, and glad to see that we were able to clarify some of the issues that were of concern, especially with regards to the 8150s. And on the 4th, I met with constituents. On October 8th, we had a lengthy Natural Resource Committee meeting, and we will be coming forward with a recommendation, I believe, at our next board meeting on the IRWIMP. Something that there is consensus that we need to be involved, and so that recommendation will be coming to this board along with some of the background information. Later on the 8th, I had a meeting up at TUD with Ruan and Pete Campa, and just looking at some of the watershed issues, excuse me, and future opportunities. And there will be some with regards to what watershed health should look like. Excuse me. On October 9th, I spoke at at Sonora Rotary. Thank you. And enjoyed a really nice luncheon with them. Later that day, I met with some of the individuals from Blue Mountain Minerals. And received an update on what their activities are.
You want us to pass you to get some water or something?
Pardon me?
You want us to pass you to get some water?
I'm hoping that John went to get some, I think.
Well, let's let you hold on for a second. We'll go on to county council and come back.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to thank Supervisors Hanvell and Rutherford for attending the Rotary event. It was a really fun event. I hope to see more board members next year, more members of the public.
The other members of the board were delinquent, didn't show?
Social event. You're allowed to. Okay.
No, please, go ahead. and
Thanks.
finish.
And then in the last few weeks,
Thank you.
Chris Schmidt, as you know, advised ATCA during a closed session, did a lot of legal research to be able to advise them regarding that issue. He also represented Human Resources in a court hearing related to access to some confidential personnel records, and the judge ruled in our favor. Carlin's been working on the Kennedy Meadows transaction, hoping to finalize that, those documents and close before Thanksgiving. She's also been working with CRA on rimfire tree removal cleanup. And then I've been working, advising the grand jury on some issues, advising Sheriff's Office on some personnel matters, and advising First Five. I've also been working with Social Services and Behavioral Health to respond to a subpoena for confidential records. On the 8th, Carla and I attended the Natural Resources meeting, and then yesterday, she and I worked with staff from CRA, District Attorney, Sheriff's Office on drafting the medical marijuana ordinance that will eventually make its way to your board. And then one last reminder, again, that November 14th from 10 to 12, we're holding our ethics training, so we're recommending that people sign up to attend. Thank you.
Okay.
Back to me. Now
Supervisor
I'm
Brennan.
not all choked up. And Sheriff, you can share that it's actually this next item that just so near and dear to my heart, it choked me up.
What, the budget?
On the 12th and 13th, the Tuolumne County Search and Rescue hosted a training up at Eagle Meadows. And I just have to say, again, we look at volunteers in this county, and you take, I don't know if there are 15, 18 of them that attended. Their dedication to training and being proficient, whether it's in rope, swift water, search and rescue techniques, the hours that they put in, it is just phenomenal. But it was very interesting as it started to snow on Saturday evening up at Eagle Meadows. The snow was falling. It was quite cold. The training was done. Everyone was enjoying stories around the campfire. Lo and behold, there was a call. Someone was lost at Eagle Meadows from Madera County. Immediately, these guys sprung into action. Their command post was set up, and we didn't hear about this as a news event because they were able to locate the individuals and had them by early the next morning. So, hats off to them. A very, very dedicated group of people that perform a tremendous service for Tuolumne County. And yes, it just gets me choked up. The last thing that I would like to add is, again, I would just like everyone to know that Friday and Saturday, October 25th and 26th, are going to be Tuolumne County Take-Back Days. And what that is you can bring all of your unused medications to the drop-off in the Junction Shopping Center. This is a joint effort between the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Department and the YES Partnership. Bring all of your unused medications to the drop-off. They will be destroyed in an environmentally friendly manner with no questions asked. Again, another great service and opportunity. That is October 25th and 26th, 10 to 2 at the Junction Shopping Center. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Ms. Jamar.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Okay, my turn. On Wednesday, after the last Board of Supervisors meeting, I toured the north side of the rimfire with Mark Lester and Tim Tate of SPI. Very educational, very, very ugly. We have millions of dead trees, and even areas that appeared to have some green left in them. Mr. Tate was explaining that these will die because the basal burn is so bad. Not a pleasant sight. On the other hand, I saw a logging operation on SPI land, and they're moving very rapidly up there, and I give them a lot of credit for what they're doing. I met on Thursday with Richard Stem. He's the man that Supervisor Rutherford referred to. I've had several interactions with him since that time. Met with him later in the afternoon that day. along with Tom Beto from the Bear Team and Susan Skelski, and talking about what they're doing and where they're going. And I'm not unhappy with anything they're doing. I just wish there was more of it. It's a monumental task out there. On Friday, October 4th, I met with the ATCA nominating committee to nominate leaders for their board of directors. And later that day, I participated with Joe Silva starting at Courthouse Park, ending at Courthouse Park, and Walktober. That's how it's pronounced, Walktober. Friday walking thing, and that was nice. And that evening, I attended the Lions Lobster Dinner, which was a great event. If you don't go to those things, you're missing out. That was an incredible lobster dinner, and it all went to support charity, so good thing. On Saturday the 5th, I went to the mural dedication down at the Farmers Market. Pretty spectacular. You need to go see that, but it was really spectacular, a little emotional for a lot of people to be there for the dedication. I went over to the Dome area and participated in the TC Arts Alliance. I commented about that during the meeting earlier. That was a terrific event. Seeing the kids and doing things with them was lots of fun. And I went to Keith Lunny's retirement party at Mother Lode Ranch in the evening. Sad to say goodbye to Keith, but it was still a lot of fun to be there and celebrate his retirement with him. On Monday the 7th, I did go to the Jamestown Fire Station grand reopening, I think they called it, and Supervisor Rutherford commented on that. That was another good event and a big milestone, I think, for our county. Like he said, we got to find ways. We got 2 years, and we got to find ways to keep that thing open on a permanent basis. Attended the Chamber of Commerce GAC meeting, Government Affairs Council, and then I went and met with the TUD board member, Ruann Mickelson. Others have met with her. Natural Resources Committee, Supervisor Brennan reported on. I met with Pete Camper from TUD, talked about things. I met with Larry Cope, talking about economic development issues. I went to the CSAC class about when bad things happen, or as I recall it, when things go bad, really bad. And that was a valuable class. Unfortunately, you take classes like that sometimes after you need them, but it's always good to go through them and get a slightly different perspective. Like you said, it was more like a class on loss of confidence issues. When I got back from that, I happened to come back in here and dump things off my office, and I walked in to this room to a TC Fax meeting, and everybody wanted to hear about rimfire, so I spent what I thought was going to be 20 minutes and ended up spending about an hour and 20 minutes talking to them about rimfire and answering their questions. On October 11th, last Friday, I attended the Attica Finance Committee meeting and the board meeting. Late in that afternoon, Susan called me, talked to me, wanted to assure me about what was going on in the fire. Richard Stem, I talked to him again, and then he called me on Sunday and wanted to assure me that they had good things happening. I'm not sure when we're going to find out what those good things are, but he wanted to assure me I'd feel good about them, so I'm waiting to hear about that. But he's got a long-term plan, and we will hear about it soon, I hope. I was at Railtown for the Rotary's Barrels, Brews, and Bites. Great event. I have to compliment them on particularly for first time out. I think everybody had a good time. So next year, mark it on your schedule when it comes up, and don't miss it. Yesterday morning, I met with Shelley Hance on some ATCA issues. I met with our undersheriff, and I went to the Farm Bureau. So end of report. So we will go back. Do you have to read it again, whichever our budget item is?
It's a continuation of adopting all budget actions contained in the fiscal year 2013-14 budget document, including the appropriation limit computation method, the fiscal year 2013-14 adopted budget resolution, and all personnel recommendations.
Mr. Peter, this is the third time we've attempted this
Yes.
today.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, we have, staff's come back, made the changes that your board directed. I'm going to call your attention to page 9 of the memo under recommendation, and there's some things we're going to have to look at. So the motion will ultimately be that your board conduct a public, to go ahead and approve the 2013 budget document, including, and there's an appropriation limit computation found in attachment G, and Debbie has an update to that. We have a 2013-14 adopted budget resolution, attachment H, and there's two versions of that we need to talk about. And then there's personnel recommendations that were in attachments B and C of your packet, and I've got copies of that. And this simply just shows that half-time clerk, that we added, both in terms of your personnel matrix and then the position allocation. I know the sheriff wants to see that 60.5 under the sheriff coroner as FTEs. Inside joke. So anyway, the only issue before we move forward that I'm aware of is, two issues. One is Debbie and I were able to talk briefly at lunchtime, and as far as the fund balance on the capital fund, everything is fine. We're in agreement. It's the fund balance is correct. Everything is budgeted correctly. So we're in total agreement, on that. So no issue. The question that's been raised, by Deb, and I'll let her present her reasons, and we can talk about it, is we've gone ahead and presented the transfer of the $1 million from the jail into the capital fund, just the way we normally do it, and capital budgeting transfers between governmental funds. Debbie would like to talk to your board about a different way of doing that, and then because it makes a difference on which way you go about adopting the budget. So maybe with that, I'll just stop and let Debbie explain her alternative.
Ms. Batista.
What I would propose is that instead of transferring the $1 million into capital, you transfer the $1 million into a trust fund. The logic that I have for that is that this is an ongoing project that's going to be multiple years. If you put it into the trust fund, this money will earn its own interest. This money will have to be moved from the trust fund into capital as you spend the items. The money won't be moved until whatever expenditures occur. There is no chance of the money rolling into a fund balance at the beginning or the end of the year. There's no chance of the money being used in other line items, and you come to the end of the year, you've overspent in X line items, and the only way to balance the capital is to use the money. I truly believe that because this is a set aside and not a true expenditure, we shouldn't budget for it as if it was an expenditure. If you put it into the trust fund, the firewall of accidentally spending the money cannot occur. You will have to either budget for all of the expenditures for the jail, for the probation, whatever you want to use that money, the $1 million for, either at the beginning of every fiscal year during the budget hearing like we're doing now, or during the year if you have some expenditures that you want to spend, so that we can move the money from the trust fund. The money won't be moved from the trust fund if, for example, we have a bad weather season, we don't do the expenditures like we plan. It's crossing numerous years, it's a set aside, and if we put it in capital, the accounting that's going to have to be done year after year after year, where we decide either to increase that line item from $1 million to $2 million to $3 million, whatever the numbers are, or reserve the money. When you reserve the money and you don't put it in contingencies, and you don't change the reserve during this budget hearing, there's only a couple things that you can unreserve money for. Doing a project isn't one of them. You would have to wait to the following year to unreserve the money or put it in contingencies. I mean, there are different budgetary and financial things that we can do, but it's a lot of accounting and a lot of work if this is going to go over multiple years. And the biggest one for me is the fail-safe that the money can't accidentally be used.
Mr. Chair, just that's Debbie is your chief financial officer, now your chief budget officer, respectfully disagrees. This is one of the few times that we professionally just disagree, and it's okay. This is not how governmental budgeting is set up to occur. It is a precedent as far as Tuolumne County is concerned. We've done this for years using capital funds. Now, and we've had big projects. I can't say that we've done
a project of this size. I absolutely can't say that in my time. But that's why you have capital funds. If we do this, it's going to distort the history of the flow of money from the general fund to that capital fund. It's going to be something that's going to, every transfer is something that's going to have to be approved, by this board. And it's just going to make a process that is set forth in the County Budget Act, which is real straightforward for capital budgeting, and make it much more complicated. And I think you're going to distort the history of the flow of money and so forth in the process. It is going to change. It's going to, again, that's why we're pausing for a moment. I think it's a demonstration of my point. It's changing your budget, because one, money flows out of your budget and you don't see it again until it flows back in, and it could come in a different year and in a different form, and it's just going to change your history. Anyway, I think, again, respectfully, we're worrying about something that, an unborn problem. This is an opportunity. We know we need to shepherd this money properly and safeguard it, and certainly between Deb and I working together, I'm very confident that will happen. I see this as an unnecessary step in hindrance and distortion of your budget.
And again, I disagree. We are not matching up revenues and expenses. What's going to happen in the capital fund is you're going to recognize the $1 million or whatever it is every year. You're not going to have the expenses that go with that. We have lots of trust funds, your mitigation fund, where we put the money aside and we don't recognize the money until we use it, as you're going to be using in some of the capital accounts that you're using this year in the road fund. This is unique. This is something where you are, once again, setting aside, not expending some funds. And I truly believe, and again, I think in 23 years, this is so hard. In 23 years, Mr. Pedro and I have disagreed twice that we could not come to a compromise, and this is number 2. I truly, strongly believe that for the good of Tuolumne County, because he's absolutely right. Debbie Batista, I almost screwed it up and said Russell. Debbie Batista and Craig Pedro will keep this straight. I cannot guarantee you that Debbie Batista and Craig Pedro will be here tomorrow. We can get hit by a bus. And in the trust fund, it will be very obvious what those funds are for. In the capital fund, if it rolls into fund balance, it's gone. Let me give you an experience, not that this county experienced, but Inyo County experience with Mr. Wallace. I learned from this. They sold a building. The building was supposed to be used to build a new building, but multiple years down the road. Instead of setting aside that money, it rolled into fund balance. 2 or 3 years later, when they wanted to build the building, the auditor saying, "Where's the money?" The CAO saying, "Where's the money?" It was pretty ugly. And again, good people, we have to be really careful with the money. And I think that the trust fund, if you truly are, one more time, setting aside and not spending, is the way to go.
Go ahead.
The problem I see by doing it your way, I'm not saying it's the wrong way or whatever, is that it reduces the flexibility that we have with the spending of this money. If it's, in other words, if you set it aside, if, say for instance, we need to fill a gap of $367,000 for the juvenile detention.
Then you board do an action and you move it out of the trust fund. Nothing says that since it sits in a trust fund, it can only be used for the jail. You could move $300,000 and hire 4 more sheriff deputies. You, the board, have the ability with your trust funds to do that. It doesn't restrict it.
Okay, then I misunderstood what you said earlier, that once it's set there, it can only be used for that.
You, the board, have all of the rights in this particular type of trust fund to move that money and do whatever you want with that money. You could change your mind next week. It would take 4/5 of you to change your mind, but you could change your mind and use that money, because all you're doing is setting it aside. I don't think any of you were here on the board when Mr. Wallace was here, and we actually started trying to set aside for uncertainties. It lasted about 3 months, and then we pulled the money back and didn't use it for how we wanted to use the money.
You, the board, in this particular trust fund, because it isn't dedicated by law, can change your mind and hire deputies, could do anything with your money with a 4/5 vote.
Okay. Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, first of all, I respect both of you in your disciplines, but this is really, there's a difference between finance and budget, and I think it's important to understand what that difference is, and this is really, I believe, a financial matter, and I believe that as our CAO properly stated, our chief financial officer is the expert in this area, and I believe that I support her position, and I think we ought to move down that path, but I'll wait.
She just clarified my concern, and that we could, if we, with a 4/5 vote, we could have those funds available.
And just to be clear, 4/5 vote, or at the beginning of a fiscal year, just like today, if it's on today, it's a 3/5 vote.
Okay. Supervisor Lewis?
Yeah, I think I understand the benefits of doing that, and I'm okay with that, but I don't understand why not to do that. I don't understand the point of what you're saying.
The history is never going to show a direct linkage. There's a bunch of reasons. History is not going to show a direct linkage between the general fund and the capital fund where this is going to be spent ultimately.
What do you mean by that, and what is the value to that? I don't understand why that matters.
History is really important to go back and figure out what you did, how you paid for things, when things happened. We frequently go back on our financial records in order to figure those things out. This is going to make that more complicated because it's going to go into a trust fund. What is general fund is going to go into a trust fund, taking a separate action to bring that into the capital fund, and that could be different years. Your board could change, the nature of the use of the funds, and I totally agree with Debbie. No matter how we do it, I mean, you're telling us what you want the money used for, and by a vote, you can change, like, John was talking about, maybe if you wanted to move some of it to juvenile, you could do that with a vote. But again, in my opinion, this is budgetary. I don't see any difference in the financial control of it. It's a precedent because what are we going to do? Every time we do a major capital project and we put general fund money into it, we're going to put it in a trust fund. We've never done that in the 29 years I've been here, and I don't know of any other jurisdiction that does that. It goes into the designated capital fund. It's not the normal way of doing it. Even this year, say we're successful in getting the 1022 grant. If you saw that schedule, we're going to have to get on our toes and get rolling, and that may involve getting an architect on board, right away. I don't know how it's going to spin out. We need to see if we get the grant. But if you saw that timetable, we're going to have to get moving. If we don't have it in the capital fund, we're going to have to come back with a separate action, having you transfer it from the trust fund into the capital fund, establishing an appropriation, and that's going to be every time we want to touch that money, that's what you're going to have to do. I don't see it as a financial control issue at all. You still have to do it. You still have to be a good steward of the funds and track it, whether you do it the way that Debbie is describing it or the way that, that it's designed to be done in governmental budgeting. Again, I'm your servant. I will do it whatever way you guys want, but this will distort your budget and just create additional steps, and it's going to be hard to track in the future. And it does set a precedent. When do we not do this the next time? Are we going to do this with it? I'll just stop.
Okay.
Well, I think I hear what you're saying, but one of the points that I heard Debbie make was the fact that it's not an expenditure, we're setting it aside, and it could carry over. If we don't get certain funds, it's set in a capital budget for a project that doesn't have funds for it, and it's not going to be expended. So then it's going to carry through. That's why I don't see
the board's
that
done that. The board should, we've done that in other years for other large projects. I don't see this any different other than you got a few more digits to it.
I think of it like a checking account and a savings account in a way. Checking account, you write checks, you're spending the money. We're not spending it, but we're setting it, we're saving it, so that when we have enough, then we can spend it, and then we would transfer it. Is that a simplified way to look at it? I mean, there's implications to the way it carries over from year to year is the big issue, and making sure it doesn't get skewed into the other capital lines, right?
Right. Again, it's that it's a set-aside, not an expenditure. And in prior, we certainly have budgeted the revenue and the expense and not done the projects. But then nothing happened. There's no money. There's nothing that gets done. What we're saying here is we're going to take $1 million from the general fund. We're going to recognize $1 million of revenue in 2013-14, and we may spend nothing for the project that happens. So at the end of the year, that rolls into the fund balance. If we're not careful, we could accidentally, in other projects, spend more money in the capital than we should, and the $1 million then gets netted against that. This project could take a couple years before we get things started, and we add $1 million next year. We're going to record another $1 million of revenue and have maybe very little expenses to go with it. Then we have to decide, are we going to continue rolling over the expenditures that we now have no revenue for? Are we going to reserve the money? Are we going to put it in contingent? I know that Mr. Pedro thinks that it's less complicated. I think because of the long periods of time that we're talking about, it really gets very complicated. And if people change, it may not be kept clear, where a trust fund keeps it clear no matter who the parties are. And it also, from an accounting standpoint, you are going to match up revenue and expenses where we're not doing that over maybe 4, 5, 6, or 7 years. It's just, in my head, the difference between that it's a set-aside and not a true expenditure in the capital fund.
Okay. Supervisor Rose, you get your hand up.
Yeah, Ms. Batista, what was the year-end fund balance this year?
In the capital?
In the general fund? 3.4?
Right.
Okay. And what we were presented today in the amended budget was 2.3. That's an example of how that.
Well, again, there are steps that could happen that you would keep the capital. There are steps that could happen at the beginning of every year that you would make sure that those reserve funds were there. It's more vulnerable. You all were talking about risk today. It's a whole lot more vulnerable over multiple years to put the funds into the capital account. Can it be done? Absolutely. You know, it's just for me, the risk by putting it in a trust fund, there is no longer risk of accidentally spending those monies.
Okay.
Just clarify one point. Well, what the fund balance was, the 3.478, exactly what's on your attachment A. That's exactly what's on your Schedule 1. All of that is contained in this budget. What we've been focusing on is what was additional since the adoption of the recommended budget. That's been the focus of the conversation.
I understand. I just wanted to make a point.
Okay, so the question is, how do we do this? And so the chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to move that we put that money in a trust fund per our county auditor controller's recommendation.
Your second.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Royce. Any other comments from the board?
Yes, I'm looking at this in a situation where each way is right, and I'm not confused. I'm just thinking that we're going to be making it easier on your end and harder on your end, and I don't know which way I'm going to go with it. I totally understand it, but it seems like doing it the way we're doing it, and trusting that the people that are going to be sitting here are going to make the right decisions, because we can't spend the money without us all making the right decisions, that we're going to be complicating it for staff over the long term. And that doesn't make sense to me, so I'm not going to support the motion.
Can I ask one more question? Okay. If you put it in trust, that means it's off someplace. We're drawing interest on that money,
Absolutely.
but we aren't drawing interest if we do it the other way.
The capital fund would still draw interest, but it won't be utilized for the law and justice or whatever. It could be utilized for any project in the capital fund. And, you know, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but we do this with the mitigation funds. We put the money in, and you guys budget for it in the capital funds for the road. We do this in other funds when it used to be the good old days, and we used to get a heck of a lot of money from the state. The sheriff used to get a whole lot of money. He used to get well, he still does, but he used to get the AB 433 money. We would put it in a trust fund, and during multiple years, we would budget for that and use it. Again, it's not a lot more work. The other one is more work.
I got it, okay. You want to say something more? Okay. Any public comment? Okay, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
4-1.
Mr. Chairman, no issues here. We're done. We're
Okay.
moving forward. This is good. I'm excited that we're actually moving forward on that jail, and I'm really appreciative the board put that $1 million in there, because we need to make that project happen. So that's the higher good here.
Okay.
So we'll make it work.
We've got items 1, 2, and 3 to take care of on the recommendation. Yeah, is that correct?
Yeah, so number one would be Debbie presenting her appropriation limit computation.
If you have your letter in front of you, the only thing that has actually changed is the total budget. So the total budget, because of the actions that you did today, and I didn't make copies, but I'll be glad to make copies for you, would be $114,603,512.
What page
The
are you on?
actual,
Page 2 of G.
the
Are we
actual,
carrying over the remainder from the carryover funds to contingencies then?
Yeah.
So it's 1 point.
Okay,
Now,
say
this-
it again.
This moves the $1,184,000 has been allocated of the $1,360,000, whatever, and there's a 117, what, going to, 171 going to contingencies.
right. And it includes the $13,500 that you did for the sheriff, and it includes moving, as Craig said, all of the money out of the contingency into the different line items that it went to. What I'm talking about is total revenue, and the total revenue here only would have changed by the $13,500. The GAN limit actually doesn't change because the different components didn't change. So what I'm proposing is that you adopt, there are 6 different GAN limits that you can adopt, and that you adopt number 2. Number 2 is the surrounding counties' population times the per capita. One of the things that I think I want to point out to you is that if you looked at the GAN limit from last year, of the 6 types that you could pick, there was only 1 that was positive. This year, 4 out of the 6 are actually positive. So if you will adopt the GAN limit at $123,213,761, that's the maximum that it can be using alternative number 2, it should be pointed out to you that the proceeds of taxes of the $34 million is only 27.8% of the GAN limit. So if you all would like to raise taxes, you have about 73 million, or 73% more you can raise, but I don't think that any of you will be able to do that. That was a joke.
Was that won't be able to, or will choose not to?
I would hope you would choose not to.
And then this would be the resolution that goes along with the approach we just took on the capital, the $1 million. So this would be the revised resolution that you would be adopting. And then I'm also going to pass on You just take one of each. These are the revised exhibits B and C, which just cover the sheriff's clerk action that you took earlier today. So what you'd be doing then is adopting, I'll say it would be adopting all of the budget actions contained in the fiscal year 2013-14 budget document, including the revised attachment G using alternate number 2, what Deb just said, and the revised attachment, then adopting the 13-14 adopted budget resolution, the revised attachment H, and then all the personnel recommendations as outlined in tab 2, attachments B and C, revised attachments B and C.
I still have no idea what you were talking about, Debbie.
The appropriation limit?
Yeah, I don't even know where. I think so, yeah, right here on G. What is this? I don't even know what this is.
This is the GAN limit that goes back with Prop 13.
GAN limit 101, because I honestly don't understand
Citizens
this at
of
all.
the state of California proposed that there would be a limit of how much the taxes could go up. If you remember.
Which taxes?
You probably weren't
Which
even
Property.
born.
Property taxes?
Mostly property taxes and sales tax and that kind of stuff, the taxes that boards could impose
Okay.
on them. So when Prop 13, were you born in 78?
82.
Okay, you weren't even there. While your parents were dating, the citizens of the state of California passed what was called Prop 13. And
Okay.
part of Prop 13 was what was called the GAN limit. And so
Okay.
based upon at that point in time and what the different jurisdictions had in taxes, then they could only go up by one of these 6 calculations every single year. So in Tuolumne County, our GAN limit for taxes, proceeds from taxes, the different types, some of them, like Prop 99, the tobacco tax, your sales tax, there's other taxes that go in here, can be as much as $123 million.
You serious?
Yes.
With Prop 13?
With over all of these years since 1978.
Okay.
The taxes in Tuolumne County is only $34 million. 27 or 28% of what they could be. You all have the authority to raise taxes up to the $123 million.
joke. Got it.
That was my joke. Try and do it.
Thank
So
you.
I'm sorry, I'm not very funny.
Right.
the
And
re-
so what have they gone up, and what are we approving?
In some years, they actually went down. Over the last couple of years, they've
Based
probably
on
gone down.
assessments?
But property tax has gone down, the sales tax has gone down because of the economy and that kind of stuff.
So have we
And
ever selected to increase them?
You select to increase the limit every single year. This board in 23 years has not increased sales tax, so that we get more than the 1% like the city of Sonora did. We've gone to the vote of the people and they've turned us down twice, I think. The property tax you can't change. It's based upon the formula. You could go out and you could do a business tax and that kind of stuff. You could do a utility tax like some of the other entities did, but, good luck and all of
There's a CPI
that.
attached to these, right? To property tax?
Property tax it can be as much as the ceiling is 2% a year.
So are we doing that or not?
Yeah, in the years that you can, it's not you have to do it.
Oh,
And
you
if
do?
you have to remember, a couple of years ago, the property tax actually went down by 0.7, I think, because it's a formula.
Yeah.
So
Right.
this is just a method as part of Prop 13 to control the growth in spending. That's another way to look at it. That's why we
Yeah.
call it appropriation limit. I don't want to go there, but I'll say it because you might be instructed. It's sort of like a debt limit, because I think everyone knows there's a cap on that, but this is more of a spending future appropriation, limit. So it's part of the
Okay.
control on growth,
Okay.
Prop 13.
Okay. So you want us to approve
So under your recommendation would be.
the appropriation limit, which is...
Adopt all the budget, you just pick up in the recommendation, it's adoption of all budget actions contained in the fiscal year 13-14 budget document, including the appropriation limit method found, and I'd just say in the revised attachment G, and then the fiscal 2013-14 adopted budget resolution, in the revised attachment H, and then all the personnel recommendations as outlined in tab 2 and the revised attachments B and C.
And when we do that, we're approving the method proposed by
Yeah.
Ms. Batista. Okay? We understand the motion?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I need the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the appropriation limit computation method found at tab 2, attachment C is amended. I further move that we adopt the fiscal year 2013 adopted budget resolution found at tab 2, attachment H as amended, and all personnel recommendations as outlined in tab 2, attachments B and C as amended.
Okay? That works? Okay, is there a second? Okay. Motion by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Gray. Any final comments, discussion? Public, any comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We have a closed session, item 11. Would you read that, please?
Closed session conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro, Ann Fremd, Art Hardinger, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Is Ann going to be here?
Do we expect to report out on this?
No, sir.
We don't expect to report out. Okay, we'll ask for public comment on the closed session item. Seeing none, we will recess to closed session. Thank you very much.